everybody. We are live for our summer open house event. And I'm just so excited that we actually can do this year. We're really excited to be back. So again, today, Firefly Hollow Wellness Center is our summer open house. We will be open from 11 to 5 today. We do still have some walk-in services available. Now, we did pre-book for these, so they are really slim. But if you're local and you're interested in getting services today, we do have some Reiki sessions left and sound healing left. We have Bowen therapy. I believe we have some ion cleanse, oracle and tarot readings with Matt and Pat. And we do have free nutrition consults today and free coaching consults with Tanya, Jarrett, and April Johnson. Throughout the day, you will see us live streaming lectures live from here at Firefly Hollow Wellness Center. And our speaker schedule today is full of amazing presenters. So at 11 a.m. here, we're starting a little bit late, some technical difficulties, but we're about to get off to the good start. We are doing Aligning to Wellness. We have welcomed in chiropractors Dr. Devin and Dr. Chandler from Healthy Home Chiropractic. So they'll be speaking to us today. If you have questions, you are more than welcome to put them in the chat. I will not be able to ask them directly the questions. Again, if you want to ask questions for any of these lectures or be involved, we will be doing some live readings and live coaching later on today. Make sure you get yourself out to Firefly Hollow Wellness Center. Greet Roger, our parking guy in the parking lot, and he will help you find a parking spot. And throughout the day, we are recommending highly to wear masks when you're in the building. But again, we have services for $22 and we have lectures all day. After these lectures, we have free door prizes that you could potentially win, and they're amazing door prizes. So again, don't miss out. If you're unable to make it today, we love you. We miss you. We'll be live streaming these lectures, and they should be recorded for future reference to watch later. So without further ado, we're going to be introducing Drs. Devin and Dr. Chandler of Healthy Home Chiropractic. All right, guys, ready?
Good morning.
Thank you, Kara.
So, I'm Dr. Chandler.
I'm Dr. Devin. Nice to meet everyone this morning.
If you guys have questions at any time, too, you can answer, or you can ask anytime and we'll answer throughout, so you can interrupt us. But I am, like I said, I'm Dr. Chandler. I am a chiropractor, and I also am a hypnobirthing child birth educator. And this is our newest one, little baby Clyde. So he'll hopefully be sleeping through the whole thing. Now your fingers crossed. Yeah, fingers crossed.
And I'm Devin. I am a athletic trainer turned chiropractor. I made that choice soon after school and realized all the overlap, and really wanted to take the extra step to provide well-rounded holistic health care. So that's kind of why I made the jump into chiropractic.
So at Healthy Home Chiropractic, we are a house call chiropractic office. So we don't have a permanent brick and mortar place. We come to your house and we bring the table and everything else needed for adjustments and bring them in usually to the living room or just a slightly open space in your house, set up, get you adjusted, get your kids adjusted, and get out of there, so you don't have to like reschedule any meetings or you don't have to go anywhere, get your kids packed in the car. We just come right to you. The other thing that we do is corporate wellness. So if you have a business like Firefly Hollow, any type of business, we go to insurance offices, we go to real estate offices, and we bring the table there and we adjust you and any of your employees too. Can adjust them. Our rates are, we have group rates for that, so the more people, the bigger discount, things like that. So that's what we do as our practice. But like Kara said, we'll be talking about chiropractic as wellness, and that's really how we try to run our practice and educate our patients, is about how to use chiropractic as health care instead of sick care or emergency care to prevent injuries. So we'll start off. You guys can't see that. So what chiropractic is it is a nervous system care. So you guys have all heard about your nervous system. And that is really what we are influencing as chiropractors. So the big picture is that Your brain tells the rest of your body what to do all through your nerves. Your nerves run through your spinal cord, which is encased in your spine. And then they come out to all of the different parts of your body, okay? So, and then they go to the end organ, whether that's your skin or your digestive system, your reproductive system, your heart, your face, your head. All of those nerves that control everything in your body come from your spinal cord. So when you think about that, when you have a spine that, or a part of your spine that is misaligned or out of place or has a lot of stress on it, the communication between your brain and that end organ is really muffled. It's like being on a telephone call that gets like disconnected almost, or gets really fuzzy in communication. Because when your bone is out of place or when you have a misalignment, it creates inflammation around that area, and it just doesn't let your brain connect to your body and your body talk back to your brain then. So what we do is really nervous system care by giving you that adjustment and unlocking that inflammation, all that muffled up stuff, and letting the flow happen from one to another there. So that's really what chiropractic does, is it opens up the lines of communication where you usually do feel, you can feel some type of pain with the misalignment, but a lot of times it's other symptoms that happen first before you feel any type of pain.
So part of your nervous system is, there's two major components, the parasympathetic and the sympathetic. So the key to kind of what we do is to create a balance between the two. A lot of times the rest and digest, or the parasympathetic nervous system, is meant to kind of relax, to help you sleep, digest, and just be calm. It's also part of your kind of, we call it the happy system. So that's what kind of keeps you happy. The sympathetic nervous system is the fight or flight. So if you see something fearful and you get that adrenaline rush to either run or fight whatever that fearful object is, that's part of the sympathetic nervous system. So, and when you get into a scenario like that, and it doesn't have to be a specific object, stress can cause increased sympathetic nervous system, and it's like I said, the fight or flight. So you want to survive or attack whatever is kind of causing that stress. So our goal is to kind of create a balance of the nervous system, and exactly what she just said, just allow that communication between the rest of the body to regulate those systems. That way they work in harmony and not completely fighting each other all the time.
So about 80% of your life should be spent in your rest and digest, where you're calm, where you have happy feelings, where you feel comfortable in a situation. But with today's day and age, and I mean, COVID really amplified it, but even before COVID, people were living in really high stress, and not a lot of people are living in such high stress times. And so that fear, that stressful area of your nervous system, really you should only be in that about 20% of like your life. You should not be in that a lot, but a lot of people are in that more, like 80%, and then the rest digest more like 20%. And that can lead to a whole slew of symptoms. But when you get adjusted, it really amplifies that rest and digest, and it kind of turns off that fight or flight, or that stressor situation. So we deal a lot in our practice with a whole bunch of people, but a lot of people really do come see us for wellness because they want to take care of their bodies rather than because they're in pain or have an injury maybe or something like that. But I just want to take you through like pretty much the life cycle of the people who we like to see. So starting out, we see many women in pregnancy, and then also postpartum. So pregnancy is the coolest patient for us to see, because we see lots of changes in them, and we see great results in pregnant women in not only their current state, but along through the pregnancy, and then how it impacts their delivery or birthing too. So some things that women benefit from in chiropractic are shorter labor times. It's about a 24% shorter labor time with women who have been adjusted throughout their pregnancy. There's less dystocia, and dystocia is pretty much just difficulty during labor. So many women get the benefit of having less difficulty during labor, and then obviously we see a lot of lessened discomfort. So we have a lot of women come in with, aches and pains. Maybe it's headaches, maybe it's back pain, maybe it's hip pain, things like that. But and they benefit from having less of that during. And so when we see women who are pregnant and they have less of that dystocia or difficulty during their labor, and they have shorter labor times, that also helps them stop or stay away from what is called the cascade of interventions during labor. So things like Pitocin to get it going, or an epidural, things like that. And then that would eventually lead to a C-section, stuff like that. So if you have shorter labor times and less problems, then you have a better chance of having a natural or natural vaginal birth. So we get a lot of women who are striving to have that natural birthing experience, and we really help them achieve that too through chiropractic. Then with postpartum, I'm experiencing the benefits of chiropractic during postpartum right now. So improved mood is one that is commonly found when women get adjusted. So we know that there's different disorders like postpartum depression and postpartum anxiety, and having that balance in your nervous system can really benefit you by achieving better mood and staying away from those deep swings that could possibly lead you into postpartum depression and anxiety too. Women report better quality of sleep, which is so important postpartum, because the little sleep you do get, the quality of it has to be really on point, or it's just awful during the day. And then the other thing too is possibility of increased milk supply. When your thoracic spine, or the middle spine here, the nerves come out and innervate or control your breast tissue. And so if there's miscommunication between back here in your spine, then from your brain to your breast tissue will not get those signals of, hey, we need to make milk, or hey, you just put out as many ounces of milk yesterday, so we're going to need the same today. Things like that, that communication just isn't on, or your breasts aren't able to tell your brain, this is how much output we have, and so therefore your brain isn't telling your breast how much milk to make. So that increased milk supply is there too. So for babies, it is never too early to get a baby adjusted. We have had both of our boys adjusted hours after they were born. And so many people ask why a baby would get adjusted. What is the need for that? And really, when you picture birth, the baby is head down, and each contraction is pressing that baby down against that pelvic floor, and that is just a perfect birthing scenario, where the baby is head down and where the vaginal canal just opens up and lets the baby come out. So even just that pressure of the contractions is enough to get the baby's musculature or upper neck and spine not in the optimal positions. Now, when you have anything like a scenario where the doctor or midwife might need to help the baby come out with a little bit of a tug, or might need to rotate the baby, things like that, they're holding on to that baby's head and really putting a lot of stress on that baby's neck, which is necessary to get the baby out. But then that baby needs to have the proper care then afterwards. So what an adjustment for a baby looks like is nothing like what an adjustment for an adult looks like. It is so gentle. The pressure is about the pressure you would use to test the ripeness of an avocado. And the actual act of doing the adjustment is, if you would imagine that you're putting your finger on a stick of butter and just waiting for it to melt down. that's pretty much what we're doing, if you can picture that. And the benefits of it are so endless, but a lot of reasons that we would say, hey, your baby might need adjusted would be if they're having any latch issues. So the nerves that come out of the bones at the top of the neck control the jaw and the head and the tongue and things like that. So if there's a misalignment up in the top there, and then they can have some latching issues. So we see a lot of benefit with nursing and latching after babies are adjusted. We also have colicky babies. We find great results with colicky babies because of that balance in the nervous system. So if their sympathetic nervous system or that fight or flight and that stressful part of their nervous system is really high, then they're going to have trouble regulating everything, their sleep, and the emotions, that attachment. So colicky babies have a lot of benefit from chiropractic. And then just what babies are meant to do. If they're having trouble sleeping, eating, or pooping, then chiropractic can help them, because that's really all a baby is supposed to do. And if their nerves aren't properly talking to the rest of their body, then some dysregulation is happening, and we can get that balanced out. We recommend chiropractic adjustments for wellness for kids to be happening at about every milestone. So for babies, for about every milestone. So when you go to your doctor, pediatrician, and we talk about reaching the different milestones, that is when we also recommend having a chiropractic adjustment too.
All right, now let's talk about kids, which is my personal favorite group to adjust. Recently, we've had amazing results with kids with allergies, and we actually had good results treating, not specifically treating eczema, but kids that came in with digestive issues that we are focused on, the eczema kind of goes away with that. So it's not like we were directly treating the eczema, but it just kind of happened with chiropractic care. So that was a nice surprise to us that maybe someone wouldn't realize that maybe chiropractic care could help with. Also, recently we've had kids with headaches. I think COVID has caused a lot of kids to have high headaches because of online schooling. They're looking at computers a lot during the day, cell phones, TV, whatever it might be, that can cause a lot of headaches. So kind of balancing that nervous system and focusing a lot on the atlas, which is the top bone in the neck here. That bone kind of controls the entire nervous system. So that's what we really focus on for headaches. And then motion sickness, again, constipation, just like babies. And then as the kids kind of grow up, they start running around, they can do trip and fall. Kids aren't the most coordinated, so there's a lot of up and down and kind of aggressive falling, I guess you could say. And then concussions and sports injuries. We do some neurological stuff to help alleviate concussion symptoms, which headache would be one. And then sports injuries, so any soft tissue stuff.
We really like to refer to the quote that says, as the twig bends, so the tree grows. And not only structurally in their spine, if your kid suffers an injury, maybe it is falling off the couch, maybe it is just any rough housing. If that's not fixed, then that is how they will grow. And it doesn't always have to be that your kid is in pain that you come to the chiropractor, and we really don't see many kids for pain, which is a good thing. But that is what we like to refer as, is if you don't get the treatment now, it can lead to worse effects, but we like to focus on the fact that if you do get the treatment, then it really leads them to have a healthier life. And so with adults, now, well, you guys, we do treat tons of adults too. The things that we really like to promote with adults is that chiropractic is a health care, and you are using it as preventative care rather than reactive care, so that you're coming in on maybe a monthly basis. Because if you have, which almost everybody has, had some type of injury in their life, whether it was when they were a kid or it was a car accident or playing sports, things like that, your body remembers all injury. And so when you get adjusted, it helps so that the next injuries that you do have, they don't like pile up on each other. So the next injuries that you might have, where if you are a runner and you have previously had maybe lower back issues, you would get adjusted so that the lower back issues not only do not have pain now, but if something happens, a fall or a trip, that you don't get as hurt later on. So you have that less likelihood of injury too. We obviously take care of pregnant women, and also for fertility. Your brain talks to your reproductive system, and misalignments in your pelvis and your spine and your lower back, that is all where the nerves come out and take care of your ovaries and your uterus, and for men, their reproductive system. So that needs to have, the body needs to have clear communication from the brain to the reproductive organs in order for you to be fertile. And then the best one to talk about right now in this day and age is immune system. Chiropractic heavily boosts your immune system. There's been studies to show that your immune system is boosted by 200% after you get an adjustment. So just it's not anything that you can see when you leave the office, and it's not anything that you can feel when you leave the office, but when you get adjusted, you can know that you are boosting your immune system to protect you from, or to help you if you get any type of bacteria or viruses or things like that. And so what we do in our practice is we do custom care. So we meet with you, we have you fill out an intake form, and we do not ever do the same treatment to one patient that we do to another. So we go over your intake form with you, we go over your health history with you, and after we do the chiropractic exam, we really form and mold your treatment to your specific issue. So you never get, like I said, you never get the same treatment that someone else has gotten before you. And I hope that it was really clear during this speech that we did not focus on pain, because chiropractic is not for pain. It helps a lot with pain, but chiropractic is for wellness. Oftentimes, pain is what brings someone in the door, but it's not what chiropractic is made for. It's made for wellness and for a lifelong of keeping you, like all of the things that I said, keeping you from being injured as badly, keeping your immune system up. It's for health care, preventative health care, not necessarily reactive health care, although we do deal with that a lot. And then once we get you back to feeling good, then we really promote you getting on that wellness, because it's a lifestyle. Our services, it wouldn't be up here, but our services are chiropractic adjustments, obviously. And then we do some soft tissue work if need be. We can give you some home exercise programs. We have a really good, not necessarily supplementation, but it is a product. It's a health product called Juice Plus that we recommend to many of our patients. And then also I am, like I said, a hypnobirthing childbirth educator. And I teach classes to pregnant women on childbirth education and the normal physiology of childbirth. And then you can find us on Instagram and on Facebook and our website. We have business cards too, since you guys don't have access to that up on the screen there. Yeah. So that is us. Do you guys have any questions? Yeah.
Okay, so I have scoliosis and I've had sciatica last year. I've had an experience as a child with adjustment that was not fun. So to me, I fear a chiropractor because of that experience, obviously. And just hearing the cracking of the bones freaks me out.
Yeah.
So what would you do for somebody like that?
That is such a good question because we do get first of all, we run into that a lot, is that people do not like the sound of the popping. And we have, Dr. Devin and I both are trained in lots of different techniques. So we have different techniques that we can use that you don't have to have any of the twisting, you don't have to hear the pops. We have a part of our table that we can use to do the adjustment, and then you don't hear any noises with that. And if you don't like the hands-on experience, we also have a tool that doesn't allow for you to hear the popping either. And they're both very gentle. And that is another thing that we do to cater to your needs, is that we always ask, do you have a fear of, a lot of people are okay with the rest of their body but don't like their neck being adjusted. So we really like to take that into consideration because your comfort in our care is key. And so we would either use our table or we would use that tool instrument that we have to adjust to. Any other questions?
Well, so can you relieve the sciatica? Because obviously it's a whole scoliosis issue and a degenerative issue. So would you be able to relieve sciatic issues? Because
well, we have, I mean, we can't guarantee that we relieve anything, but yeah, we would do the best we can with your current state of your spine and then see what is out of place, and we would move it to where it needed to be. And I mean,
stay there because you keep coming back like every month. Is it when you readjust? You're readjusting. Does it eventually just kind of have its own memory and go back?
Yeah, your body definitely remembers. So the longer that an issue has been there, like whatever is causing your sciatic pain, right, or your scoliosis, we can't undo scoliosis, but as the longer that you've had an issue, the longer that it takes to fix that issue. And so we have all types of ways that we can, or I guess how often you would need to come in the beginning would be dependent on your history. And then, like I said, we like to recommend wellness so that it's part of your health care, so that you would be on like a 4 or 6 week or some type of care plan for the rest of your life. But if you're coming in with specific pain and you're not just coming in to say, hey, I want to be more well, then we would come up with how often that you have to come in the beginning to really get you out of whatever situation that you're in.
That's one of the reasons we do a really detailed exam on our very first visit with you. Generally, we spend about an hour, maybe an hour and a half on the first visit to kind of get a detailed history, do a full exam. So, I do everything from palpation to lead testing to muscle testing. We do all that stuff to kind of hone in on exactly what's going on, and then we'll address that according to your comfort level. So, like you said, you don't like to hear the pops, so we can do it's called a drop table. We do that, especially for your hips, pelvis. That really gives us good results for the SI pain, and then for the sciatic pain. And then sometimes sciatic is actually caused by tight muscles. So your sciatic nerve actually goes through a set of muscles. And if I find that your sciatic is more coming from the muscle rather than your hips and pelvis, I'll address that too. So that's why it's kind of dependent on the exam.
So our website, for anybody watching, I'm not sure if anybody watching can see our PowerPoint, but our website is www.healthyhomechiropractic.com, and we're on Instagram at Healthy Home Chiropractic, and each of us have our own Instagrams from there too, where we try to educate the public. We're on Facebook, and anything else can be found on our website. So thank you guys for coming and listening to us talk, and anybody out there, thanks for listening too.
Thank you, Dr. Devin and Dr. Chandler. Thank you guys so much for being here. I did put their website up here at the bottom, so everybody, if you are interested in learning more about Drs. Devin and Dr. Chandler, You can check out their website at healthyhomechiro.com. We are actually really excited to work with them as a team for our team at Firefly Hollow. We'll be working with them as our chiropractors. So they'll be coming in to work on us at the center, which is really nice that they are mobile and they can come to you. So it's very versatile, especially in these times. And if you have a busy schedule, so really, really is very, very convenient. So for today, again, if you are just joining us, we are here at Firefly Hollow Wellness Center for our open house, our summer open house. We do have speakers all day. And right now, we will just share a little bit of information about us if you have never heard of us here at Firefly Hollow Wellness Center. We are in South York, and we've been here since 2013. We have a staff and team of 15 employees and staff members and team members, and we are actually looking to hire right now. So if you know anyone that is interested in a holistic profession or they're a massage therapist, we are hiring. So I'm going to share a little bit of information about that, and then stay tuned. We do have coming up at 12 o'clock, we have Roots to Health, a functional approach to women's wellness with April Johnson. So we will have that here for you guys in a second. So in the meantime, here's some fun stuff for you guys to enjoy. So if you guys have been trying to book at Firefly Hollow Wellness Center and you've really been unsuccessful, I want to apologize for that. We have some of our massage therapists that are booked out for months. Some are booked out for a couple of weeks. So if you have, I really suggest if you're looking to get an appointment with us, come in today because we do have some openings. I know one of our massage therapists is fully booked. I think we only have a couple more openings for that. But if you are looking to come in and see us, we recommend highly to book out for a couple weeks if you are in need of massage. And you can also download our free mobile app. It's an amazing way to get in at really cheap prices or to book yourself online and also to cancel your appointments if you need to. What we use that app for is to give you updates for anything that we have as far as specials go, when we have a newsletter, when we have a class, but we only send out notifications on that probably once or twice a week. But it's really nice because a lot of times when we have last minute cancellations, due to people maybe getting sick or something comes up, our massage therapists have the opportunity to put out an alert to you on our mobile app to say, hey, I have an opening tomorrow at 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. only or whatever, and it's $20 off. So that's an amazing, awesome deal. We love to give that to you guys. It's a really great way to get in earlier if you are on our wait list or if it's been a while since you've been able to get in and you're trying to book online and don't see anything. So we highly recommend downloading our app. But in the meantime, if you out there are aware of any massage therapist or any holistic healthcare workers that are looking for a place to join a place to work, I'm going to share until our next lecture just some information on what it's like to work with us at Firefly Hollow. We're a very unique team and we're a very unique business that we are run by this community of practitioners. And it's really beautiful how we've grown organically and also just the amazing support that we've received from you, our community, in this endeavor as we've grown over the last 8 years. So I will share a couple videos here before April Johnson comes on about what it's like to work with us and what we have to offer, what makes us a little bit different than maybe other places that you've worked. Let's try this again. I know that the live stream here with
try this again.
With the StreamYard platform we're using apparently doesn't let us share YouTube videos with sound, because I want to share this with you guys so you have an idea of what our team is like. So give me 1 minute while I get that up again for you guys.
My name is Angie Wrightstone. I am a licensed massage therapist. I am also a continuing education provider.
I'm Tanya Jarrett, and I'm the nutritional therapist at Firefly Hollow.
My name is Megan Woodland Dominic Hewitt, and and I am an artist and a musician and a yoga teacher.
My name is Allison Hunley. I am an integrative healer, sound healer, workshop facilitator, and herbalist.
I'm Erin Music. I'm a massage therapist.
My name is Michael Still. I am an acupuncturist.
I'm Emily, and I am the glue at Firefly Hollow. I'm the receptionist, and I do just about anything that needs to be done in order for Firefly to operate efficiently.
We have such an eclectic mix of therapists, counselors, nutritionists, nurses, yoga. I mean, the list goes on and on. I think there's something there for everyone.
Firefly Hollow offers some amazing perks.
Being able to attend free workshops that have helped me professionally and personally.
I've been able to speak about nutrition at various holistic expos.
What Firefly has in their software is amazing.
The mobile app, being able to make your appointments.
That I can look at my schedule from home.
We can see digital soap notes.
The boutique is wonderful for myself as an herbalist because I'm able to put my products out to the public and also support other people who are making products in my area, and I think that's really wonderful.
The tools that I think have been great have been the way that Firefly markets, so we get a lot of exposure.
The Firefly marketing team has really taken a huge load off of my back because marketing is not a strength of mine.
There's a lot of accountability and support in expansion.
It's been really beautiful. It's been kind of this very nurturing place that has offered a lot of support for me as an individual.
We are not looking to churn out clients. We genuinely care. Our therapists are some of the most educated therapists that I've had the privilege to work with.
I really love the decor and beauty that I feel when I walk into the space.
The energy here feels very good. It feels good. It feels heart-centered.
I think the professionals that we feel would be great fits for us in our culture is someone who is a team player.
Whether you're newbie to the career field or you're a seasoned veteran of the career field,
Goal-oriented, a team player.
You have to be open and curious and honest.
Somebody who's willing to evolve and to grow.
It's not just for spiritual folks. We have a lot of logic and science-based therapists that work at our facility.
I think anything can benefit from coming here.
It's just the amount of support that we get is huge, and I really never had that anywhere that I've worked so far.
it's just amazing how well put together Firefly Hollow has become with all the different modalities that have been introduced to the center, and I'm hoping for more.
If you are a wellness professional that believes in the power of holistic healing, through movement and nutrition and body work, emotional work, and even that social health component, this is a place where you belong.
Amazing community.
Supportive.
Passion and purpose.
Heart-centered.
Liberating.
Supportive growth.
Sacred community.
I know we're saying do some things our hearts don't want us to. I know the color of your eyes changes from green to blue.
A big thank you to all of you out there who have been supportive of us. And we, of course, filmed that wonderful video of what it's like to be a part of our team over COVID, as we were social distanced in our cars, at our homes. So we appreciate all the staff were able to do that, even though the video quality wasn't always the best. But you guys felt the heart. And honestly, we do this for you. You know, Angie said that in the video that she's just felt such overwhelming support working here. But we as a team and we as Firefly Hollow, as the staff here, we have felt such overwhelming support from you, the community, who continue to let us know that we're doing a good job, to continue to really feed our souls and our passion and our purpose for serving. So really, it's this really awesome win-win that we just love to serve and we love to give, and this is who we are and what we're here to do, and we couldn't do it without you guys. So thank you so much for that, and thanks for being patient with me while I got the technical difficulties out of the way so you guys could finally hear that video. But I'm going to be sharing our next speaker here in a couple minutes. Here in about 2 minutes, we're going to be talking to April Johnson, our functional medicine health coach, and she's going to be discussing with us. Roots to Health, a functional approach to women's wellness. So 1 minute here. I have a slideshow for Miss April I'll be pulling up, and then we will start her very shortly. Are you guys ready for our next speaker? I hope so. Now, April's a very special addition to our team. She comes to us actually from up north. She actually is about an hour away. So it's really amazing when we get to see her in person. She works with a lot of our clients remotely, which really is beneficial for those out there that are really just enjoying being able to stay at home and do a lot of your things remotely. It's very convenient, right? So we're going to be introducing here again, Miss April Johnson, Roots to Health, a functional approach to women's wellness. This is her slideshow here. April, I'm going to bring you on.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Great? Yeah. So I'm April Johnson. I am the functional medicine coach here at Firefly Hollow, and I'm very passionate about helping women with their health issues, not only just in the body, but also in the mind and the spirit. I take functional medicine concepts, and I'm actually starting to apply energy healing as well to really help women achieve health and physical, mental, and spiritual wellness. So today I'm going to be sharing with you, and I'm sorry, I'm reading off this little screen. I'm going to go over functional medicine. I don't know if you know what functional medicine is, but I'm just going to give you a little bit of an overview. Some of the very common symptoms that my female clients are experiencing. So I'm going to share those with you. And then addressing the root causes. Now, root causes, there could be multiple, but I'm just going to kind of go over the most common ones that I help my clients with. I'm just going to share a little bit of some of my clients' stories and their frustration with our current healthcare system, and how we can achieve optimal health, and my functional and empowered approach to women's wellness. And then I'm going to just go over my intake process, just to share that with you guys. And the very important piece of my intake is sharing the story, the woman's story with me. And then if you're interested in possibly working with me or having a consult, I'll share it. So functional medicine is backed by concepts that there is a root cause for disease in the body. And the body is interconnected, and it really should be treated as such and not broken up into separate pieces. Our current conventional healthcare model is, if you have a thyroid issue, you have to go see an endocrinologist, right? Or if you have something with the heart, you have to go see your cardiovascular, you know. So like, functional medicine is to treat the body as one and not broken up into pieces. To optimize health for an individual, you have to address the root causes upstream so that you can correct what is going downstream. And by that, we just take healthcare one step further and we ask the question why. Why is the thyroid not functioning optimally? There's a reason why. It doesn't just not work one day, right? There's a reason why. So we got to figure out why that is. Maybe one is experiencing some gut issues that's affecting the thyroid function. We would need to work on, healing the gut. So the only way to really begin the path towards healing is finding the source and honestly stop slapping band-aids on symptoms, because that does not address what is actually at play in the body. And actually can make things even worse. And we're not taking care of the root cause, it will show up somewhere else later on in the body. Healthcare is also, functional medicine teaches that healthcare is not a one-size-fits-all approach, and it really should be individualized to the person. Everybody is different. By individuality, right? What works for you may not work for me, what works for you may not work for me. You know what I'm saying? So it's treating it as an individual. So that's how I help my clients, by addressing the why, identifying the why, addressing the root, and then starting their path towards healing. And we do that with their own specific target action steps. I wish I could turn the screen. This is so hard to see. So some of the common symptoms my clients are experiencing, and this could be something that maybe you are experiencing as well. Bloating, belching, gas, chronic headaches, high blood pressure, constipation, diarrhea, brain fog, anxiety, weight gain, low energy, poor sleep, fatigue, hormone imbalance. These are the very common complaints that women will come to me with. Honestly, probably more with the gut than anything else. They're having some major digestive issues. So, when I was saying about earlier about how we slap band-aids on symptoms, I wanted to make it clear that when our body is experiencing symptoms, it's actually a gift, because it's telling you that there's something going on. And we really need to start paying attention to those symptoms and addressing why we're experiencing them. And again, to begin the path towards healing, we have to address that root cause. It's very important. So some of the root causes that could be why those women are experiencing those issues. Poor diet being one of them. If we're having a diet that's highly refined, processed, it's not having the nutrients that's going to impact everything in the body. Food is really important. Stress. I know you guys talked about stress earlier, and I'm after nodding my head. Stress plays such a huge role in your health. And when you're in that, fight or flight mode constantly, it is going to affect your overall. Like they said, 80-20, you're absolutely right. And we have, I think, a lot more people are dealing with stress, and it's really impacting their health. Having low stomach acid is another one. Stress actually will lower your stomach acid production. If you're dealing with a thyroid issue, that will also do it. If you take like a medication, like a proton pump inhibitor, that's actually designed to lower your stomach acid, this actually will impact digestion. A lot of people will experience the bloating and all of those digestive problems because they don't have enough stomach acid in their gut. Digestive enzymes is another one, and your stomach acid actually triggers your pancreas to release digestive enzymes. So if you're having issues with that, then you're going to also have issues with digestive enzyme release. And that's also going to make you feel kind of poopy after you eat. If you're having issues with your gallbladder, sluggish bowel flows is something I see pretty commonly. And that could be due to liver congestion as well. Bacterial overgrowth is actually probably more common than people think. SIBO, Candida, medications can play a role in this. Not having proper digestion can also contribute to this as well. So if we're having digestive issues, then we're also going to have nutrient deficiencies. And medications also can deplete nutrients as well. Magnesium, zinc, your B vitamins, vitamin A, vitamin D, these are the really common ones that I see that are the women are dealing with. Food sensitivities plays a really huge role. Gluten, unfortunately, is, I have an intolerance to gluten myself. Like, I found that out. I can't really eat much of it. I get really inflamed. But food sensitivity will play a huge role with gut issues, and also can contribute to what's called a leaky gut. You've heard of leaky gut, right? Yeah. Inflammation, that's a big one. Chronic inflammation, I think, is a pretty key driver to a lot of health problems. So working on identifying the inflammation and reducing it is key. And again, medications, like I was mentioning earlier, like SSRIs, oral birth control, and steroids, antibiotics, all of those will actually impact the gut flora, can actually wear and tear on your gut lining, causes nutrient deficiencies and can also contribute to bacterial overgrowth. Some women are dealing with anxiety, and that could be as either zinc copper imbalance. Since birth control actually depletes your zinc, a lot of women will have more copper than zinc, and that can create anxiety. Sometimes people who have a vegan diet, they eat mostly plants too. Plants are high in copper and low in zinc, so some of those people can have that kind of issue. Hypothyroidism is something that I actually see in a lot of my clients, and I'm very passionate about helping women with thyroid, and that's one of the main things that got me into functional medicine, is to help women with their thyroid function. I actually had a webinar talking about that back at the beginning of this year. I think it was in January, talking about why women are still experiencing symptoms when they're told they had a normal thyroid lab results. So if you're interested in that, go to Firefly's YouTube page and go pull that up and go watch it. Building some very valuable information about that. And then hormone imbalance is another one. So these are just some of my clients' personal stories of frustration with our current system. And I hear these a lot. So I just wanted to share a few of them. One of them, they always tell me that they just feel like they're not being heard. And that they're dealing with these symptoms, they go get tested, they told everything is normal, but they're still experiencing symptoms, so they feel very frustrated. Another thing I hear is that it's all in my head. I'm embarrassed to tell my doctor about what's really going on with me, and they don't have that type of a relationship. And I really just don't want to be put on another medication. So when I work with a client, I really work on striving to have that kind of a relationship between us. So they feel comfortable and they can tell me what's going on, because I think it's really important to share their story, which I'll talk about here in a second. So achieving optimal health, there is really a system that I follow, and it comes down to maximizing what your body needs, minimizing what's harmful, and prioritizing an environment for healing. So when I say about maximizing, we're talking like what your body needs to thrive: oxygen, water, vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, protein, healthy fats. Minimizing what is harmful to you, like toxins and allergens and infections. And then prioritizing to create the environment for healing, which sleep is really important. A lot of people have issues with sleep. We do a lot in our sleep. We really do need a good, solid 6 to 8 hours of sleep. Your body is always seeking wellness, and it wants to heal itself. And the problem that is currently going on, I think, for most people is that the body's just really trying to survive by our everyday choices. So if we focus on what we need to maximize, minimize, and prioritize, then the body will go and shift into wellness. So my functional medicine and empowered approach to helping women is I work with them one-on-one to identify the root causes for their health concerns. And this is done through, I have an intake process, which I'm going to go over here with you in a minute, with forms, and I ask for lab work. And then during the intake, it's really just hearing from them more and asking questions and putting those root causes of what's going on with their health. And then I present that to them. So the body is interconnected, and it always comes down to putting those puzzle pieces together. Is it gut, poor digestion, inflammation, stress, nutrient deficiencies, hormone imbalance, low thyroid function, and so on. Once the possible root causes are identified, then we can start implementing targeted specific action steps. And a lot of it does start with food. We look at the diet, looking at sleep. Do they need support digestive-wise? Are they constipated? We really need to address that. That's really important. We've got to make sure we're going to number 2 every day, and so on. So my job as a coach, though, I'm not here to fix people, but I am here to provide education and support. And I most importantly want to inspire my clients to make the best decisions for themselves. Because when they do that and they start noticing how they're feeling better, that's the best thing ever. Because then they just want to keep going and they don't want to stop, and that will keep it more sustained and long-term. So in case you wanted to know what our intake process is about, first we do a free consult. And if you're interested in working with me, then I do a 90-minute intake. And this is between you and me. And there is a very thorough intake form. It's like 16, 17 pages long. With a symptom questionnaire, which is probably like about just as long. And lab work, you can have it. If you don't, that's not a problem, but it's always great to see, even if it's just like your annual physical lab work. Your CBC or your CMP would be great. So I'm going to review everything that she sent me, and then I start putting those puzzle pieces together. Maybe it looks like she has some digestive issues, maybe we need to support that. Or maybe she's having gluten, and that's causing the gut problems, and she's dealing with inflammation, and we need to address that. So I put all those puzzle pieces together for your intake session. And the beginning of that session with me is really you telling me your story. There is so much power in that, and I actually get more information from my clients when they tell me personally, verbally, versus just writing it on an intake form. There's a lot of things that they actually will tell me that they didn't disclose on the form, which are very, very valuable. This session, I tell your story, me asking questions, I'm putting more of those puzzle pieces together, and then me sharing and letting you know what I think is going on, and making sure you understand that what's going on. And then, of course, at the end, I'm going to share all my recommendations with you, and where we can start. And I always send up a follow-up email with all that information we talked about in the session, along with recommendations. Recommendations could be anything. It could be lab work, it could be food, it could be doing with sleep. And yes, I do actually recommend supplements too. Of course, whatever the client feels comfortable doing is okay with me. Like, they're just recommendations. They're not like you have to do that. That's not how I operate. So if it's comfortable with you, then we move forward with doing those recommendations. Anybody have any questions on that? Just to make sure. So yes, the power of telling your story. Again, it's something that I truly feel is missed in our conventional healthcare model. I mean, doctors only have so much time, right? I mean, they're managed by insurance. So they're like in and out. Even nurses. I mean, it's really hard to have a conversation with someone about what your health concerns are when it's like 10, 15 minutes, right? So with me, you get 90 minutes. And a lot can be, you can share a lot and talk and actually have someone hear what's been going on with you. Like I said, it's very, very powerful. So if you're interested in working with me, again, I do the free consultations. They're 15 minutes. It's via phone. Everything I do is virtual too, by the way. I didn't think I said that here. So just so everybody knows, I actually do everything virtually. You can book that today if you want. And then from the consult, if you wanted to do the intake, then I can set that up myself too. Oh yeah.
There we go. All right. All right. What was your code? What was your code? I want to make sure you do this.
Our mission at Firefly Hollow is to support community, wellness, education, and empowerment, not only for the staff and the team that works with us, but for our community and our patrons as well. Firefly Hollow is very unique in that we are team and heart-led, and we are collaborative and non-competitive. Our team members have their creative ideas supported. We communicate with meetings and events, and we are non-judgmental and compassionate in the way that we support each other. And finally, we value our team over profit. It is important to us that our team is compensated well for what they do and not treated like a number, that we are able to be flexible with your schedule, as well as giving you the amount of clientele that you are looking to help. Being a heart-centered employer, we are passionate about the people that make up this business, as well as the community members we connect with. And that means everything we do at Firefly Hollow is from the heart.
Hi there, my name is Angie Wrightstone. I am a licensed massage therapist, a continuing education provider, and the continuing education director at Firefly Hollow. I chose to become an employee at Firefly Hollow because at the end of the day, I wanted to be able to come home and not worry about doing laundry, ordering supplies, making sure that my taxes are done. I wanted to just come home at the end of the day and just be with my family. And Firefly gives me that flexibility, not only as an employee, but also with my schedule. You're not set in a certain hours or a certain number of clients you have to see per week. We really do support you in whatever it is that you feel is best for you in those moments. I also love that I get so much marketing and a lot of support just through social media at Firefly that I don't have to pay any extra for. Everything is taken care of for me. I have access to my schedule. I can put clients in. I can adjust my schedule if I need to. And it's awesome how much they really do for you there.
Being a client-centered practice, we want to make sure that we connect our clients with the best practitioners to meet their needs. We also collaborate on workshops, classes, and packages, our integrated wellness program, wellness parties, wellness and vending events, and collaborate to really connect with our community through our local and online network, as well as events to help our community at large. Being growth-oriented means that we are open to opportunities and possibilities for all of our staff, helping them to set goals that may be realistic for them, if they need any accountability, organization, or structure, or anything at all that we can help support their growth and their prosperity. Firefly Hollow is very different in what we offer our team members. We offer our massage therapist team monthly and quarterly free trainings to learn new massage techniques and modalities. We offer a credit for a 1-hour service or massage with another employee for every 30 full-paying sessions performed. It's so important to us that our team takes good care of their bodies and is supported in that by how many sessions they're giving out. We offer CE credits, CPR training, and discounts on select Firefly Hollow continuing education classes. We also allow our team to earn commission on any boutique sales, get discounts on products, wellness parties, and private sessions with other practitioners. And we also include a 1-hour birthday massage every year for every employee. One of the other things that's really unique about Firefly is that we offer yearly bonuses. The amount of work that we all as a team collaborate and put together means that we get more profit at the end of the year. All of our employees and staff who qualify get a percentage of that profit. We give back according to how much you have put in.
Hi, I'm Kevin Krignack, and I'm a massage therapist at Firefly Hollow. The best part of working at Firefly is the team, hands down. It's such a great group of professional, nice, supportive people, and it's such a breath of fresh air coming from places with hostility or negativity or a toxic work environment, and it genuinely makes you look forward to going to work each day. Firefly is different from other places that I've worked because they're genuine. Our owner, Kara, actually cares about the practitioners and wants them to succeed. And I've been at some places where you just feel like you're a number on a spreadsheet and they only care about, selling memberships or hitting sales quotas. And Firefly's not like that. They're genuine. They actually want to help people, and it shows. I chose to join the team at Firefly because they empower you to be the best practitioner you can be. And we've all got different goals or paths we might want our career to take, but Kara understands that, and she empowers you to make the best decisions you can and to go so far.
2020 has created a lot of change and shift in our values as independent contractors or those who run our own business. And we've had a lot of people who are ready to work smarter and not harder, who are looking to come join our team. This is a list of all the things that we all realized we were doing ourselves when we ran our independent businesses. So many unpaid tasks, so many expenses that when we collaborate together, we're able to take away those extra tasks that we don't enjoy doing or that take a lot of our extra time and focus on what we really do best, seeing our clients. Some other really great stuff that we offer at Firefly Hollow is we have a receptionist. A lot of our practitioners who have come from being a solo entrepreneur or running their own business have had to do a lot of these things themselves, scheduling clients, rebooking clients, having follow-up calls, or collecting cancellation fees. We take all of that headache away by including a receptionist, a scheduling software with a mobile app for your clients to schedule as well as for you to schedule, as well as we have copious opportunities for marketing and exposure. We have a blog space, YouTube channel, video marketing, vending events, wellness parties, and we offer an online platform for those looking to create passive income through classes or programs. Any practitioner who also is looking to create a continuing education program or class has the opportunity to work with one of our professionals who is well-versed in not only creating program curriculums, but getting them approved by the CE organizations. And finally, we want to make sure our staff is fully resourced and supported with any holistic services, service trades, or any other devices or programs that we may have at Firefly that support their overall health and wellness.
The best thing for me about Firefly Hollow is that there's so much room for growth personally and professionally. Professionally, I chose to come to Firefly because they have a beautiful space, not just for yoga, but also for teaching continuing education classes. If it's something that you've been thinking about, or maybe down the road, you would love to create a class and teach, I am here to help you. I have 12 years experience in the massage education field and also in curriculum writing. So I'm happy to help kind of work through those steps for you to become a continuing education provider. Firefly also is very supportive personally. I know that at any time I could call on a coworker, or I could ask a question, or if I'm feeling challenged by something, I could reach out and I'll be supported. It's important that when we come to work that we're in a really good space and that we feel really good about what we're doing, and Firefly supports that.
We work as a family and as a team, we support each other. We're always lifting each other up so you're not standing there on the ledge by yourself. Where else are you going to find kitties that love to be in the building?
If you have interest in applying to become a team member here at Firefly Hollow, or have interest in conducting a class or workshop or program, apply now. You can go to fireflyhollowwellness.com. Firefly Hollow Wellness Center is currently hiring.
Yep. You heard it again, just so we can serve you guys better. We are hiring. Thank you guys for watching that. We really appreciate that. And we appreciate all your support and all the practitioners that are with us. It's just really, really awesome to hear how much they enjoy working here and also how much we all contribute to the work culture that we create here together as a team at Firefly Hollow. So it's really fun. It's really fun to run a business where it's collaborative. I have to say, I just really enjoy that as a person. My personality type is let's do this together. And I think that we've done a really good job at doing that. So next up, we are going to be talking about cryotherapy. I am so excited for this. I know our office manager, Emily, and Tanya just got back from further training, even more so on this topic. And I was just like floored at looking at these amazing pictures and just the benefits of it. So Miss Tanya Jarrett is going to be sharing with us that here in just 1 minute. I'm ready. Are you guys ready? Let's see what's going on over there. I hear people.
Can you see me, Kara?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'll kind of let you know when I need to go to the next slide.
That sounds amazing. Go on ahead.
Okay, hi everybody, welcome. So I'm Tanya Jarrett, and I am a nutritional therapist, and I'm also bringing CryoSkin into Firefly. I'm adding it to my personal business and bringing it in here. Let me tell you a little bit about my background so that you kind of understand who I am and where I'm coming from. So I have my master's degree in public health. I worked in science for many years, slowly realizing that I want to be part of a well care model instead of a sick care model. So I went back to get my nutritional therapy certification when I was living in Germany, and I adopted a program called Metabolic Balance. So if you are unfamiliar with Metabolic Balance, it is a very personalized nutrition program based off of your biochemistry. So I take your blood work, and I can match that with whole food chemistry. It's a very beautiful program, so I do that here also. But then I was looking into, okay, so what's next? I have clients that are telling me, you know what, Tanya, I've reached my goal. I'm doing great with my nutrition, I'm moving my body more, but I still have these trouble areas, whether it's your stomach or cellulite on your thighs or inflammation around your knees. Maybe those arms are bowing you. You know what I mean? So I have my slides on my phone, so I'm going to kind of go through them with you. But my goal was really to offer an integrative approach to wellness. So I have this whole entire inside therapy, which takes into account, you know, your inflammation levels, your kidney function, your liver function. But I didn't have this outside therapy. So I was searching really, really, really hard to find something that was authentic to what I wanted to do. And CryoSkin was it. So it is a European technology. It comes out of Italy. So can you see a little trend here? I really like these European technologies because they're very holistic. And I love bringing it to my clients here in the US. So I do, I'm very, very, very proud to be bringing this here because not only does it permanently destroy fat cells, it reduces cellulite, it reduces toxic load, because when you eliminate fat cells, you eliminate toxins. That is where all of your toxins go. They are attracted to fat cells. We call those obesogens. So we're getting rid of all that junk in your body. If you have inflammation, one thing I really liked about this CryoSkin tool is that if you have runner's knee, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, if you have runner's knee, if you have kind of tennis elbow, you can do targeted therapies to reduce inflammation and nerve activity. So there's a lot of different uses in this one machine, and I'd love to tell you about the top 4 ways I'm going to be using it. So Kara, I'm going to switch over to the what is CryoSkin. So as I said, CryoSkin is this non-invasive treatment, and it does come from Europe, Italy, but the guy who brought it to the US had experience with it in Paris. So hi guys, come on in. That's okay. We're talking CryoSkin. So what CryoSkin does is, in the splitting technology, it uses both heat to kind of swell up your cells, and then it uses a targeted cold therapy to eliminate those fat cells through a process called apoptosis. And what that means, you're probably like, what the heck is that? What that means is programmed cell death. And our body naturally does that, but we can stimulate that process with this machine, and the results are phenomenal. So I know you won't be able to see the before and after pictures until you rewatch this video, but they are hands down amazing. And I can also show you on my phone because I have the presentation there. So this is a CE mark approved machine, and you're probably saying, what is the CE mark? That is a European. It's very similar to FDA approved, but it's actually the safety and health
requirements are more rigorous than the FDA. So this meets high safety, health, and environmental protection requirements. Okay, so it has that CE mark. And we use something called the Peltier effect with the slimming. So what happens is we have these perfect conditions where, like I said, I heat those cells up, and then I target with a cold therapy. And guess what? Your lymphatic system, which our bodies are so amazing, your lymphatic system over the next 14 days is going to really target and remove those fat cells through your urine and your stool. Okay, so that's really cool. You do see, you will see results after one treatment, especially if you're working in the tummy area, if you're working in the thighs. It's pretty amazing, just to say. All right, so Karen, next slide, we're talking a little bit, we talked a little bit about apoptosis, but I'll go through it again in case some of you were not able to see it. So this is, on the slide I have up here, kind of like what is the process. So it's warm and then cold temperature on that targeted area. It triggers cell death. Lymphatic system is going to do its job. And then you have elimination of body fat. And that body fat does not come back. So this is permanent fat cell loss. The only way those fat cells are coming back is if you allow them. If you're like, you know, I'm going to eat pizza every day because I love pizza. Okay, so that's the power of the slimming technology. There are 4 treatments. Kara, if you go to that next slide. So it's cryo-slimming, permanent reduction of fat cells, cryotoning, which uses microcirculation to enhance collagen production, toning, lifting, firming, and then cryofacial, which is really same concept, using that toning for your face and your neck. If you have a double chin area that you want to get rid of, that is fat cell reduction, so we would use the cryo-slimming, and then there would be a little bit of cryotoning with that. So it would be a beautiful blend of the two. And then again, there's pain treatments, okay? All right, so I just want to talk quickly about each treatment so that you feel very clear on what it is. So if you want to ever have a consultation, you know which one you're kind of leaning towards. But that's also me helping you too. So the cryo-slimming, you will have visible results from that first session. And how we know that is because we measure. So in the beginning, if you're doing your thigh, I would measure your thigh, and then directly after the treatment, I would measure it again. And that's why we love collecting before and after pictures, because guess what that gives you as the client? That gives you so much motivation, because aren't we humans and we love results right away? So you see that, and then it motivates you to just, go further and further with your nutrition and with the, the rest of your treatments to get the results that you're looking for. So these treatments are recommended once every 2 weeks. Okay, you have to at least have 14 days in between, once every 2 weeks. And we recommend a minimum of 3, and then 5 is generally that sweet spot, but we do recommend a minimum of 3 sessions. There is 100% boost in confidence when people do these sessions. A total of 1.85 inches lost, and a 19% reduction in subcutaneous fat. And this is from their clinical study. Okay, so let's think about some areas. So you could do double chin, you could do your upper back, you could do that bra fat right here, tummy, love handles. Men love the love handles. I have some great before and after pictures of men. And then you could do your thighs, you could even do around your ankles and your calves, you could do that. So that is the slimming. And the next slide is pictures. And unfortunately, since you guys are unable to see it, I will allow you to see them after. So if you want to stick around, I can show you. But, even after 2 treatments, the significant amount of fat loss, it's beautiful. I mean, it really is. And the great thing is that if you're working on the lower tummy, where women generally have, stored fat, if you're working on that, because your fat will push down, when we start working on this area, you start to notice a difference up here too. So everything kind of goes down. It's really cool. Emily and I learned that at our training, and we were very impressed. So I'm going to switch over to cryotoning. And cryotoning is really about improving the skin's appearance. So using that microcirculation, using the special technique of the wand and with my hand, I'm able to increase collagen production, lift your face, lift your skin. They call actually the facial treatment a lunchtime facelift because these treatments are very short. Okay, you're not there for an hour. These treatments are anywhere between 20 and 44 minutes, depending on the targeted area. The great thing about toning is that you do not have to wait. You don't have to wait between treatments. You can do once a week. You can do once a week, once every 5 days. You can target multiple areas in one session. So if you said, you know what, I want to do a facial, but I also have some cellulite on my legs that I want to target, we can do that all in one setting. And there's a 50% reduction in the appearance of cellulite. So this is great for tummy, those love handles too, like you can do your butt. You can have a nice butt lift. So if you have lots of cellulite on the back, we can do that. We can do cellulite on the front. Arms, and there's a beautiful picture of arms I'll show you. So you can do your arms, you can do your chest here, okay. And you can also do the breasts, which I was very, very intrigued about. So there is a whole breast lift contouring section that you can do. Very intriguing, especially as a woman, right? So the next slide will be the images, and ladies on this side, you might be able to see those images. So after 5 toning treatments, really if you're focusing on the cellulite on the legs, there is a visible difference. And also with the arms, you'll be able to see this. Next, I'm going to move to the facial. So the facial is very similar to the toning. Okay, it's just really focusing in on the face and of course the neck, because we never want to forget about the neck. You wouldn't go get a facial and they only do up to here. At least I hope not. I hope they wouldn't just do it here. So elasticity, pores, improving the appearance of your pores. If you have acne, this is a fantastic way to reduce that inflammation that's going on in your skin. Also lifting, toning, brightening, and then boosting collagen, which we all love. When you boost collagen, the fine lines and wrinkles are definitely diminished. So that is a very, very quick treatment. You can do that within about 20 to 25 minutes. It's very relaxing, and the results are beautiful. So the next slide, Kara will have on there where you can see, how as you age, you kind of get that chicken neck. So there's some beautiful results of just really tightening and toning this up to reduce that appearance. And the men love this treatment too. It really works beautiful on their faces too. I mean, we're all human, right? And then the pain treatment. And I'm very intrigued by this because a lot of my clients do suffer from arthritis, or they do suffer from tennis elbow or even some back pain. So these are quick, targeted, localized treatments that help reduce nerve activity, and they also help speed up the healing process and reduce inflammation. So this is really great. And those targeted treatments are at a really amazing price point, and I'll share those with you too. So you can do those, if you are doing targeted pain treatment, we recommend twice a week for 2 weeks, and then once a week thereafter, as long as you'd like to keep it up. Okay, if anybody is interested in doing a free consultation, I'm offering free consultations today. And you can really choose your package based on your goals. So I'm offering some specials until the beginning of November. And then anybody that books a package at the consultation gets a free add-on facial. So the facial is really valued at about $200. So I'm kind of wrapping that into the price because you deserve it. So if you are interested, I know Kara has the prices on the screen. And if you are interested, I'd love to sit down with you and go over package pricing, what your areas are that you're kind of looking to improve, and how I can help. So, any questions? What's the price? Yeah. So I will go over that with you. That's great. All right. So until the beginning of November, if you want to do cryo slimming and toning, if you want to do 3 sessions, it's $275 per session, so that's $825. Okay. 5 sessions, it bumps it down to $250 a session, and that's $1250. And then you can book 10 sessions. So what's beautiful about cryo slimming and cryo toning, you can do them together. So if you book 10 sessions, I could do a cryo slimming 1 week, and then a cryo toning, and then a cryo slimming and a cryo toning. So your results will be much improved if you do both of them. Yes, go ahead.
How many sessions would someone need for like doing the double chin?
The double chin, I would say, I usually recommend 5 to be honest. If you see results quicker than that, we can use it on the other. Yeah, or you could say, you know, maybe I just want to do some facials. Absolutely. And so that 10 package price is $225 sessions, so that's $2,250. And if you have any questions about this therapy compared to other therapies, I'd love to talk to you after, because this is very different than what people are familiar with something like pool sculpting. It's very different. Okay, it's not the same, and it's about a quarter of the price. If you're doing the facials, I'll tell you the specials. It's 3 facials for $450. And that pricing is not right on the slide. Clearly, my pregnant brain is not calculating properly, but it is 3 for $450, but for some reason I messed up the individual session. And then if you do 5 sessions for the facial, it's $625. Okay, that's the special pricing. All of the pain treatments, there is no special on those. They're just targeted treatments. So it's $50 per session. And then if you book 5, it goes down to $40. So 5 sessions for $200, and then 10 sessions for $35. Okay, and those can be used at any time. So don't feel like you need to use them all in one sitting. You can break them up into different, quarters throughout the year. But if you're looking for pain treatments, they are at a lower price point. They're about 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, so you're in and out. You're pretty much in and out. And if anybody wants to go over pricing, we can.
Do you know if that is you can use that for an HSA card?
I don't think we're doing. We don't.
It's a debit card.
But maybe they would take it. Maybe they wouldn't. It might be considered cosmetic.
Well, the pain treatment, so.
Oh, maybe. I can look into that.
I have all kinds of stuff from my HSA that is holistic, that wasn't,
Yeah, I think the best thing to do, because I'm very unsure on how to answer that question with the HSA, the FSA, is to call them and say, if I'm doing a pain treatment, is this covered?
Yeah.
I mean, because that is your money.
I think maybe if it's categorized that, then you can. I don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting to know. I would love to look into that, because I do feel like that might be a really great option, because you could use your HSA and FSA for chiropractic care.
Yeah, so I know it's for cosmetic, I know that, but it won't, but it definitely should do for anything pain related.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions?
You said I came in later.
Yes.
How is it cosmetic? Like, what did I miss? Like, how is it slimming? Is it a product? Is it?
So I have a machine. There's a machine.
Like cupping?
No, it is not cupping. So it's called CryoSkin, and it is a machine, and there's actually 4 functions within one machine. So there's that pain treatment. You could do a cryofacial, cryotoning, and then cryoslimming, which is permanent elimination of fat cells. So with the cryoslimming, it's a targeted therapy where we use heat at first, and it kind of plumps up your cells. And then after that, it's cold therapy that really creates that programmed cell death. And then within the next 14 days, your lymphatic system removes all of those dead fat cells.
I was interested in the acne.
Yep, absolutely. So that would be just a cryofacial. Okay. And the wonderful part about this machine is it really reduces inflammation. So because that cold therapy is so targeted on your face, it makes a really nice difference. It really does. And then, of course, when we do your face, we do your neck. Yeah. Any other questions? I'm glad to see the room full, guys. Thanks for coming. It's fantastic. And I will be around, so if you would like to have a consultation, whether it's pricing or if you have any nutritional needs and you'd like to talk to me about my metabolic balance program, I'll stick around. Thanks, everyone. What's the next one? The next one. Oh, you guys are going to choose a winner. Did everybody put their ticket in before I choose? Okay. Okay.
I gave everybody a ticket. You guys are good. Yep, I got everybody. I got yours already. The reference, I mean, you have.
Oh, exciting! Someone's getting a free facial. Seven, 8, 6, 6, 2. Congratulations! Oh my God, my neck. Well, that was fun. Thank oh my gosh, I can't do chicken. How's the work? Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I always eat around that. I get your blood chemistry and I try to match your blood chemistry. There's a lot of elimination. So I'm not in it because of my limitations. Because it's not really I was very sometimes it should be like coach. But I think it's fun. And then I just like I was like I'm supposed to be doing and then I like Three hours later, I'm that first night, I'm like,
Like, it's just way, no matter where we work, so they just medicate so much, the benefit to they're like, look at this, this is awesome. Their colors are just so awesome. If anybody wants to see me, I'll be over here. You're welcome.
Did you get your service already? All right. Miss Kara, are you ready, my dear? I'm ready. All right, I'm going to start the live broadcast, so if everybody can just settle down a little bit, that'd be awesome. Thank you so much. All right.
Do they have to settle down?
They don't. I wanted you to introduce who you are, my dear.
Okay, everyone. My name is Kara. I don't know what I'm doing here. Someone just told me to come up here and talk. But anyway, I am Kara Lockhart, and I am an integrative intuitive medium. What that means is, not only do I do mediumship, so I work with people who have passed over and talk to spirits and all that fun stuff, but I integrate my intuitive senses with not just seeing auras, but some people call it medical intuition. I work with connecting with animals, but I just don't put myself in one particular area, because again, I think when it comes to what I do, is I'm just an energy interpreter. Because that's all we are. We're just a bunch of energy just swirling around in these meat suits. That's what we're doing. And we're interacting with other energy fields around us. Hi, Julie. And really what that entails is learning how to interpret energy from a standpoint of the physical body, which is more what people call medical intuition, from the spirit body, so that's what people have crossed over, or if you've had the connection with anyone that has crossed over in your home, whether it's a ghost or a haunting, that type of thing. And then also working with animals and plants, because they all have energy as well. Even objects have energy. So my journey, of course, was very long and drawn out, becoming an intuitive professional. And what I like to do is really, with my own personal one-on-one services, I like to help people who are energy sensitive to be able to learn to manage the sensitivity. It's very important at this time, because really when people have intuition that wakes up, it's whether they go through a midlife crisis, they have a near-death experience, they have someone who has crossed over, they go through bankruptcy, maybe they have an illness they're dealing with, or trauma. So it could be a car accident or something like that. And I believe that when people say that they're a born medium, you know, I think about that and I'm like, but we're all born sensitive. You know, it's really nothing special about what I do. It's just that this is a skill set that I've developed. And, you know, if you're someone that likes working with food and you grew up to be a chef, something it was put on your heart as your purpose to do, and you just end up excelling at it. And that's part of why I'm here. What was placed on my heart was to be an energy sensitive. And that has not been easy. It's very not been easy, but most of my life I was actually misdiagnosed and mislabeled with mental illness for seeing things that were not there, and medicated to kind of dumb down this sensitivity. And a lot of us now maybe have heightened states of awareness, and we may not really understand what's going on, and sometimes we can also get misdiagnosed. Now, don't get me wrong, those out there listening, there is a fine line between being spiritual and having mental illness, so there is a crossover there. But what we can do, if we are actually experiencing sensitivities, and it's not mental illness, we can learn to manage it, and then we can learn to really hone in our skill set and deal with these heightened senses and not really get the side effects of them, which are overwhelm, anxiety, absorbing the emotions of others, depression, all that thing. So if you think about it, it's kind of like for me, when I go out in the world, it's like being in a rock concert all the time. Like, it may not be loud in here to you, but it's freaking loud in here to me. It's a lot of energy. And that skill set of being able to handle and understand and interpret that and not get overwhelmed by my nervous system has been a wonderful learning experience. So I thought, where do we start with experiencing for ourselves maybe what the world is like from my perspective, but also sharing the capacity that you all have to be able to see the energy field. Everybody can see the human energy field if they have practice. So I think I met only 2 people in the last class we did. It was about 20 people in the room that were unable to see it. So we're going to practice seeing it. We're going to talk about the different colors, and we're going to talk about color therapy. I'm going to actually pass around glasses today so you guys can experience what it might be like to be fully immersed in one particular color or frequency or energy signature. All right? So when it comes to the aura, that is like the basic thing that, as a clairvoyant, I see. So around people, you might have experienced this when you were maybe zoning out in a class. This is great. You've got a whiteboard behind me. You can actually see this at home too, guys. If you kind of zone out and just stare at me, you can sometimes see like just a halo around. You may not see color, but you see something. It's the same thing when you are outside on a hot day and you look at the road and there's like this heat waves coming off of it. That's what the energy field looks like, but it has a lot of colors, it has depth, it has texture, it moves, it changes depending on your health, on your personality, if you're tired, if you're sick, if you're feeling nervous. And it's one of those things that if everyone could see the energy field, we wouldn't have to deal with people lying to us. We'd be like, that person's full of crap. I can see it in their aura. Or you'd be able to find out, when you go for a job interview, this is a really good fit. I'm definitely seeing it. Now, you may not be able to see the energy field, but we all feel it. So that's more of a heightened sense for a lot of people, where they have this empathetic nature, where you meet someone, the first impression, when they shake your hand, you may not be seeing colors, but you're still experiencing frequency, and your nervous system is interpreting in the form of maybe tactile senses. Some people get it through auditory sense. Some people get a knowing or a gut feeling. These are all ways that your nervous system is naturally wired. You don't have to be a professional psychic. You're naturally wired to pick up information that way. I'm really grateful for it because it's helped me be a better body worker, be a better partner, be a better colleague, to be able to kind of interpret things from a very visual standpoint. So everyone asks me, what color is my aura? And I'm always like, well, there's no simple answer for it. And if you do ever pick up a book on what the colors of auras mean, it's going to be generalized. I do have launching our podcast today, and the second episode is in length. It's a 50-minute episode that you can listen to later if you want to go into depth, because I'm going to, of course, keep this short since we only have 20 minutes here. But I do go into depth with what the different colors mean. And in general, I think we have a lot of purple and green in here going on. I love to see the rainbow colors going on here, and that's why, so one of the things that I get so excited about is when you're wearing these colors, they're influencing your energy field. It's very, very, very interesting. People actually don't understand this. Like, what do you mean if I wear yellow, it helps me? Like, that sounds bogus and woo-woo. I'm like, actually, we're going to experiment today with these colors and these glasses so you can really get a sense for yourself of what it's like if you are projecting out a whole lot of green energy, okay? And you can see your own color, your own aura, visually with your eyes. When we're going to put these green glasses on, we're going to pass these around first. You're going to experience what it might be like for someone else, whether they're not seeing your aura, but they're feeling it, what type of state psychologically it can put you in. So think about people right now that you know, that when you're around them, they're just like maybe really hyperactive, maybe they're agitated, they're aggressive, and we even use terms like we're seeing red when we're talking about being angry. They have a heightened state. So the red glasses I'm going to share first, because for me they're a little dangerous. But I'm only going to share this so you can get this idea. And we're going to go back and forth between 2 different colors, because there's an amazing ability to have to use complementary colors to help balance. So we've got a lot of green energy in here, not a lot of red going on. We have some people that are more active, and again, we have some of that going on in your fields, but we're going to look at what does it feel like to wear red versus green.
Complementary colors, we're going to go blue and orange and yellow and purple. The reason why complementary colors are beneficial is because if you have, again, say Deb's sitting here and she's got a whole lot of red in her energy field, she needs to calm the heck down. I'd be like, look, you need to be around somebody that's really green, that's really calming. So these people are the people that are the nurturers. They're the people that you've always gone to. You can just talk to them and they just take it all in. They're the empaths, the people in here who are like, oh my gosh, yeah, that's me. They just dump it all on me and I feel it all. But at the same time, you are helping those people to really chill out. We need these complementary personalities. In all truth, my whole goal as a person and on this planet is to really embody all of the color spectrum and to really balance them. Because what I see in people who have too much of an excess of a specific color is they do manifest health issues. People who have a lot of red, they are the type A personalities, they have way too much energy, they can't calm down, they can get burned out, get adrenal fatigue, it can affect their kidneys and their heart, they can have hypertension, high blood pressure. I mean, these are like the CEOs. Like they have a lot of yellow and excessive red. Now keep in mind, these are only a specific spectrum of color. So if you could see the colors around you, and I could give you camera vision right now, you would probably have a different tone of green. Or you have a lot of green too. So a different tone of green, or different and purple and pink. Purple and pink, because I'm just throwing it in here. But then it's really cool to see the different colors and what they mean. And that's the first language that you can go into a person and learn more about them and their health and their conditioning and what's going on with them. Not just physically, but also psychologically. So I'm going to pass around these whites because you can go into it at your own discretion. When we pass these around, I would ask if you want one to wipe them off before you put them on for the next person. So I'll start over here. Just take a wipe and then you can keep that same wipe if you need another one, just let me know. We'll pass them around together. We're going to start with the red. All right, so my son is really sensitive as well, and he's on the autism spectrum. So really, people who are on the spectrum have a very heightened nervous system, so they're really sensitive to energy. So he comes in, he loves red. He is addicted to red. So he comes, he puts these glasses on, and he starts getting aggressive. He starts getting mean. He starts getting ornery where he wants to pull all his jackass pranks on me, and I'm like, dude, stop, you need to stop. I'm like, get those glasses off him right now. Like, take them off. And he's running around the house with them, laughing at me. And I'm like, you cannot do this. So I take them off and I force him to wear either the green or the blue, because he needs to calm the heck down. So I don't put these on very often, but I do for one of the programs I run. We go through each week. We go through the energy field each week to better understand it, to get in touch with it for ourselves, and to really learn how to better our health in mind, body, and spirit with all these different techniques and tools. And each week, we focus on one of the colors. And we wear the glasses set, we pass it around the room, and so we experience what we experience. So we're going to do that today. But in my last class, I said, okay, I'm going to try this again. I'm going to put them on. So I put them on for like 30 seconds, and I start talking a mile a minute, and I'm already talking fast right now. So I'm going to put them on, but I'm going to immediately put on another. But I want to just kind of experience this with you guys because it's just really fun. So when you put them on, I want you to just kind of just feel what you feel in your body. What does it feel like? Are you experiencing any relaxation? Because red could be relaxing. If you're a person that has a lot of low energy and maybe you're struggling with some health issues and you need a boost, it might be really beneficial for you to be wearing them and you might feel really energized. Or it could make you crazy and you'll have to get yourself. Or worst case scenario, you're not as sensitive to it. You're a more person that's not as sensitive, but you will be affected if you wear them in the longer term. So I'm gonna pass these around. Wow, I love them. Okay, I'm gonna chill. Try those guys. And we'll talk about red. Do we need more chairs? You want to get a couple more chairs? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Thank you guys for joining us with this. Okay. Hi. So what's the important aspect of, what do you think about when you think of the color red for you? What does it mean for you? Anger. Okay. All right.
I love
Happy.
it. Makes me
Okay.
excited.
Yes. Now, this is really interesting, Julie, because you have so much green in your energy field. We always talk about this, right?
Yeah.
This hyper empathetic part of you. And when you have red, it might be very balancing. So remember, red is a complementary color to green. So if you are an empath and you have way too much green, you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so emotional all the time. I can't really deal with this. Absolutely, red can be very beneficial. Now, if you are an empath like myself and also are a fiery personality like me, and I already have red going on, I can't do that. Purple is my color. But again, they might shift and change depending on where you're at in your life. So I'd be curious, we're going to pass the green around too, to kind of try the back to back. And you might yeah, you're very, very sensitive too.
I don't, that maybe it was like hot or warm, I don't know. It just like instant headache. I don't know. I love red, the color red, but I didn't care for it.
Can you imagine if you're around someone at work or maybe a loved one that has a lot of red in their field? You maybe can't see it with the visual spectrum of your eyes, but you're like, I can't be around this person.
Yeah.
I gotta get away from this person.
Oh,
so that's what I want to illustrate this because I can't help you see them. We're gonna do that. So we're gonna do the green. So green, guys, everybody in here is green. Anybody who's here usually is very green, so I attract a lot of green people. Yes, these passes are up anymore. Green people, you are here to help the planet. You're here to help the animals. You're here to help the children and the elderly and anybody who needs help. The plants, you're the people that are really neutralizing, and I think we need a lot of that right now. Compassion and patience, caring. But honestly, if you have a lot of green in your energy field, you may really struggle with taking care of yourself. You may struggle with putting yourself first. And you may struggle with really being able to say no to other people. That might be really hard for you. But that's what we're here to learn. That's what we're here to learn. How do we balance out our personalities? And we unconsciously attract different people in our lives to help us do that. And we have many different tools we can to do it, and it all starts with self-awareness. I'm always a believer that you can't change a pattern that you have unless you're aware you have it in the first place. Right? Yeah. You're like, wait, I keep doing this, I need to stop doing this. So yeah. Are you ready for those red glasses? She's feeling that. Yeah. Anybody else in here relate to or really do identify as someone who's empathic, where you do absorb the emotions of other people? And if you're not on the higher spectrum of it, it may be just the people that you're close with, that you energetically allow intimately into your life, like your loved ones, your pets. Oh my God, you're mad at me right now. Yeah, so how are you guys doing with the green and the red?
I don't know. I just don't like what the world looks like through red glasses.
Yeah. We have a lot of red going on right now. That's why maybe that's
my
first.
rose-colored glasses.
Yeah.
I don't know what the heck
And I have rose ones. Rose ones.
I know it's a joke getting rose-colored glasses.
Yeah, but there is a reason why we say that. It's very interesting to me. There is a skillful expression of a particular color, and there's a specific hue of it that I'll see in the energy field, and then there's an unskillful aspect of it. So you've ever met someone that is very idealistic, they're dreamy, but they can never manifest things in their life, they can never actually be anywhere on time, and they're not reliable, and right? Okay, so honestly, I'm a dreamer, that's me. That's that pink color, sometimes it's turquoise, sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's purple. It depends on that personality, how they express it. But that pink color, seeing the world through rose-colored glasses, not really seeing reality and what really needs to happen, there's a really skillful expression of that. Those people who can really activate a balance in that part of themselves, they're able to be here to be musicians, artists, nurturers, the lovers. They're the people that just fall in love with everyone. They're the people that you're like, why are these people love everybody? I'm like, because they're here to love. But sometimes they are so open and then they get hurt, and the idealism, stabs them with it. We're gonna go to, let's see, let's do blue and orange next. All right, so how many of you would relate to an orange personality? Orange people, you're my people. Okay, we're gonna go party all night, and we're gonna go have fun.
We're going to lift any depression that we might be trying to get away from, that we struggle with in ourselves, and we're the people that are, we're creative, we're comfortable in our sexuality, we're comfortable expressing ourselves, we're comfortable in intimate relationships. And this is from a balanced perspective. So while you're wearing it, do you feel happy?
I love them.
Yeah, they're fun. You're like, I want to go and like
They are
people.
warm and nice.
Yeah, yeah. So, anybody an orange person? We're in an orange room too. There's a reason why I put the colors a certain way in this building. And now you're like, wait a minute, there's a reason why they paint this orange. We're here to have fun in this room.
I think I might be orange. I say that like because maybe I'm not, but I'm 61 and I have my president 20 turn.
You have a lot of orange and a little bit of yellow and then some green going on there, but mostly the orange and the yellow. Yeah, I would say so. Do you guys, would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, is she done? You're always the one that wants to make a joke and like, let's like do this. Let's not be too serious.
Yes.
Yeah, and you're a purple. You're a purple, you know, a lot of purple and green. Huh?
This is like
too much?
disturbing.
Yeah.
Maybe we should hang out together.
Well, let's do the blue. We're going to do the blue next. Because they're complementary colors, so if you're just start with one color, the whole this we can calm you down about the other one. Okay, blue. What do you guys think of when you think of blue? I mean, just what are our walls, which is calm. She just took a really nice exhale. Right? I think our world needs blue and purple right now. We are too hyped up. And we need some orange to have some fun and take it light. We're a little too heavy right now. Now, if you have too much blue going on and it's in excess, it can be really melancholic. You can be struggling with lower energy, maybe ruminating, just not really moving in any direction, just kind of sitting there. That's why they say he's feeling blue. Well, why do they say that?
Oh.
Right? I mean, it's feeling blue.
Like with the red glasses, like it made me feel like really anxious.
Yes.
And then I put the green ones on, I got a little like down.
Yeah, and you have a lot of green in your energy field too. So I think what for you, it's good that you're wearing purple. I think purple is really, really good. That can be balancing. So I'm curious when we can ask what that looks like. Yeah. All right, here you go. She's been waiting for these red glasses. Oh, curious to see when you. I wish you guys could see Julie tomorrow. She has so much green.
That just feels good.
And it's so good. So this is a really good illustration of why it really is helpful.
I'm going to cry.
It's good. It's good. So what happens too is if you are really operating from one spectrum, sometimes there's other areas or other frequencies that your body needs, like colors that you can wear. You can wear this color, Julie. Wear it. Put it in your wardrobe. Can't get some red underwear. Like something like that. Like you can wear it. It really does affect your nervous system. So the reason how it affects our nervous system is we absorb light through biophoton receptors in our eyes, but also through the skin. So do you guys wait till so I can talk about that, because that's fun. I know people on here won't be able to hear just too much echo. Did you go get they were coming for you guys. And also, I will remind everyone that we just passed around red glasses, and of course everyone's like, so what I want to do right now, even if you have some of the other ones on, is I want you to imagine the color green. Just close your eyes and imagine a green meadow, a green leaf, green lime. Everyone's faces are chill right now. Take a deep breath in, inhale that green. This is what we need in the world. So if you can activate this within yourself just by imagining it, get yourself a pair of color therapy glasses to enhance it, or wear the color. This color is really needed in our world. Compassion, neutrality, green. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. We have a hard time right now with polarity. We are really in a polarized time, so really green is the neutralizing force. Even if you're eating green food, it's really good for your pH and neutralizing the acid in your body. So think about all the aspects of green, how they affect you psychologically, but also when you eat them and what they do to your physiological body and to your digestive system. So, of course, I'm not talking about green like Gatorade and like false colors. Those things are not what we want to do. But yeah, so green brings us green. I want you to, that's one thing if you want to go from this lecture with anything, take some green with you. So we're going to end with yellow and purple. What do you guys think of when you think of yellow? Deb's wearing yellow today. Deb has a lot of yellow. You actually do carry a lot of yellow in your field. Yellow and green are the most ones I see in you. Yes. Yes. Now we're going to talk about the good attributes of yellow. Okay. Yellow people are optimistic. They're able to be high performers. They have high standards for themselves of what they need to achieve and what they need to do. They're people that are influential. They're people that have if they're activated, they're able to have a good sense of willpower, strength, ambition. I'm a yellow person. I'm kind of also type A, trying to work with that, you know. But it is like, you know, you have this sense of optimism in the world, and everything's going to be great. And I'm going to try to climb that mountain over there. And I think that if you feel like you relate to that, raise your hand. I'm curious if there. I only see a couple yellows in here, and like I said, she's green and yellow and orange. You got that? Relate to that? Yeah. And also the mental capacities to be able to really process information very quickly. You got that, right, Deb? You're really good at processing information quickly. And also, you are too. You are very good at processing information quickly. And thank goodness you're able to do that because I know you're a teacher. So it helps. It helps, you know, all this information happening at you. So we're going to wear yellow. They're also really good for jet lag. If you, that orange and yellow are good for jet lag if you travel. And night vision, if you have poor night vision, you can put yellow on at night to help you at night. I wear them during the fall. I'm one that needs sun. I get the seasonal affective disorder. And I really swear by those glasses. Just, it really, really does help. Yeah. Yeah. The more negative aspects, I would say, of anyone who has a lot of yellow in their energy field is what we're really seeing in the world is this misuse of power, not knowing how to assert our own power. I think we have this like thing where we feel like we need to control everything in the world right now. We feel powerless. The opposite end, we don't feel like we can control anything that's happening, and it makes us frustrated and angry. And do you struggle with that too?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, everybody does, but it's really sometimes more overwhelming for people who have a lot more yellow because it's just part of their personality sometimes. Because those are the people that are usually leaders, and they're people in management positions, and they're able to organize mentally, process things very quickly, and think about things from a rational standpoint, and then lead people in the way that they need to lead. But then if they don't feel like they're in control of things, you know, it's like, oh my God, what am I going to do here? Purple is my color because as an intuitive, I process a lot of information mentally, a lot of information. So if you're one that ruminates, we got a purple, here a little bit of purple, here purple. You got a lot of purple, Jean. I know you're purple and green, yeah. Purple, you're purple all the way. But you're like rainbow girl, she's rainbow girl. You're purple, you guys go to like good too. So these are people that tend to really, if you really like, everyone's purple too, sorry. I mean, I'm not going to say that anyone here doesn't have like some purple, but I'm saying a vast majority of purple going on. If you get stuck in your own head, you think a lot, if you're someone that is a dreamer, maybe you're very visual, You could be also someone that has vivid dreams. I'm a dreamer. I have really vivid dreams. Right? I believe in really, really vivid dreams. Like, oh my God, this dream was so real. Also, with just being more intuitive, with more clairvoyant sense of just being able to see things visually. So you would have more of a higher heightened sense of being able to see auras. And that's what we're going to finish with. We're going to finish with looking at the aura and attempting to do that. But I'm going to put these purple glasses on so you guys can pass this around because it may help you a little bit to activate that part of your consciousness. We have indigo and purple. I'm going to pass around both of these so you can try and see which
indigo and these are purple.
Yeah, just see which ones you like this. Are these purple or indigo? Those ones are violet, those are indigo. Purple, violet. I only got 30 seconds left. All right, everybody. So I can get this bit in. I'm going to ask everybody to chill again and think of green. Big deep breath, green. And now think of purple because you didn't get the glasses yet. Think of purple. Okay. So what I'm going to ask you to do to be able to visualize and see the aura, we're going to just show you one technique that you can use from here on out if you want to see and visualize what the aura is. I will ask everyone to just be for the last 30 seconds and then chat afterwards so I can get through this and everyone can go to their services that they're scheduled for. So, one really easy way to see the aura is in dim lighting and with a white or black background. So we got the white background, we got a little bit of dim lighting here. I'm going to turn the lights out just to enhance that. And so what we're going to do is we need to alter our perception. So what happens when you look at the peripheral vision of your eyes? You can see things. This is when people like, oh my God, something moved and it wasn't there, like it must be a ghost. So we have a little bit more visual acuity in the perceptual, the peripheral vision. So what we want to do is we want to expand our field of vision so that we can actually bring in more light into the eye. And how we do that is I usually get people to put their hands together and just focus on their hands in front of them. And then as you bring your hands apart, bring your hands slowly out and just focus on the space between your hands and keep with that gaze. And bring your hands out to where your fingers are farther away, that you can see them in your peripheral vision. You can wiggle your fingers so that you can kind of see them. And then you can look at me with that same gaze. And don't look at my face, look above my head, but then with that same gaze, look above my head, relaxed, and then move your fingers again so you're kind of like, and you can even look at my eyes if you want to see, like I'm staring off an outer space. Like I'm not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my energy, and I want to see if you guys can see anything around my head. Let me know if you see anything.
Oh my God.
So I'm going to move it around. Let me know if you see it go off to a side.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, how am I excited? Is it excited? Okay. So if you can now see what I see, but with full color.
Oh
and
my gosh.
Of course, you can see when people have drugs in their system. There's a really weird, warped, distorted perception. When somebody has a joyful thing, if they're in love, there's so much different. And if you look at her face, her mind is blown. I love that. It's so great. So anyway, you guys can practice this. Now, if you did not get it, it's okay. That happens when we're more analytical people and we're trying so hard and we don't allow ourselves to just relax. But do that at home. Do it at home and just kind of focus on maybe your hands. Maybe look at the areas in the space between your fingers. You can stare off at a tree outside in the, not in bright daylight, but maybe at dusk, and look at the auras around trees. And what's really cool about them is they change throughout the year. They're really big right now because they're all putting their energy, they're dropping their seeds. But in the fall, the energy field around the trees starts to get closer to them. So, but anyway,
If you guys want to learn more about this, I am doing we're dropping our My Body Detox podcast today, which is really all about everything I do, including color, including auras, including medical intuition, and really all things holistic health and wellness. But we're also dropping a 2-week Mind Body Detox solo program. We'll talk more about that. It is going into the energy field, learning more about it. It is something that you can check out if you're interested. But I will be here out in the waiting room chatting with you guys for a little bit if you need to ask me questions. Then I got to go back and MC as I was doing earlier. But thank you guys for coming. All right, now you can start to take a little sorry. Okay.
Hang on, real quick, sorry. Now you have to raffle ticket.
You got to raffle. A couple people came in after. Did not get raffled.
That's too cool.
You do now.
Yeah, I didn't get one.
And we also have color therapy glasses for sale in the boutique if you're like, oh my gosh, I love these, I need them. So if you need them,
Anybody else? Anybody else got that?
I need to be very orange person, and then I became a mermaid and immersed myself in the
The winner is last 3 digits 648. Winner! Congratulations! Emily,
I started a whole press meeting group.
Oh, what's the name?
So that I greet people and have like a big hangout.
Alright, everybody, I'm going to remove myself so that the next question everyone
So anyway, Holy Basil. You want to spell it?
I think it's harder than it would be in a fancy kind of. But that bread really makes. That bread really does it. Look what it is in the flesh.
How about that?
Great, how are you? It's good to see you. Coming back. It is for sure. Etching stone.
You know, this is a
So I can be the defiant child all over again.
Is that when it started? Did I not? I started maybe 30 minutes at a time. But if I start to get like too much, I'll like your body is going to be stopped. Oh my God, I'm ready to go. If I get tired, or if I get nauseous or dizzy.
Okay. Oh well, I'll just sit in the house.
That's it.
So you do yell.
There will be
I do
teaching
yell.
less
I'll do
time
like 20 minutes. Oh, but you can try to do that. Yeah, at nighttime, it's really good for nighttime.
I can sit up.
You have not night
I
lights.
can sit up and see at night.
Just during the night can really help be able to break.
I have to get rid of all the
I'm not the
I lost her.
They're yellow too, right?
Are they the same as space yellow?
They're probably a similar color frequency, but they all, again, any yellow will work.
So you can just wear them throughout the day.
Yeah. And the color therapy glasses out there, how will them?
Yeah.
How you guys came? I'm going to be getting too. Yeah, I'm going to go with the MC this year. So if you have any, send us a I'm going to stick around. You're going to be green and a little bit of yellow. But you have some going on. It's almost like you're trying to activate your food or you're trying to like everything is set. Yeah. Some post like meditate and these things.
You know what you're okay?
And you said is this true?
Well, I've been, I don't know, just learning a lot more stuff.
So you're actively mentally trying to get involved. Yeah, that's cool.
We went. I know.
I'm going to step out so we can give them space to start.
What was she saying that?
I'm sorry.
What kind of sex was happening? My body just got.
Say again.
That's how it's spoon bending my nature.
I will get it.
I'm going to do those. I'm going to spend spoon. But I didn't see that like yesterday. I have to get back to it. Yeah. Because
Sounds like an interesting one to do.
you can go to that meditation. With that.
No. I've gone to the different things. Oh, yeah. I had to get out recently, but I used to go to everything.
Yeah, she looks familiar to me too, so maybe that is why.
Yeah.
You listen to it too, so.
I know.
Unless you worked at a school.
No, I think it's here. We've crossed paths. Yeah, I can catch up with this before we go.
Yes, yeah, there are two things that I'm interested in. Is it here, or is it online, or is it?
I don't. But I just love it. I love it. That was great.
That was interesting, I gotta say, Red is so exciting.
But you know, the whole time she's talking to them, she's got the word behind it. I didn't necessarily see color, I saw energy.
Yeah, yeah. And then she moved it, that was added support for a different area of the body that either muscle strength something at posture. You can do it in a way where you take your shoulders so that it helps to improve your posture. And it's like a very non-invasive, gentle kind of therapy, if you will. I'm thinking of the two that moves. Yeah, so you have that flow.
Well, that's, I told you I was going to the intermittent thing. So I mean, it was fine at 12 o'clock, but then when you eat, you're so laden. Heavy.
From eating?
Yeah. When you didn't before.
Maybe you.
Hey, everybody. We're getting ready to have Matt speak today for our open house lecture. And I'm really excited because he told me the story he's going to share with you guys today. And it's just very amazing. And of course, if you like metaphors, there's more to the moral of the story here that he's going to be sharing and information about illuminating the path. So let's check out and see if he's ready. How are you guys doing over there?
All right. We good?
About blue. All right. It's calm.
I know everyone's missing out on all the cool door prizes. If you are not here in person yet, and you are watching online, you can absolutely still join us. We're here till 4. Until 5, actually. We do have, the end of the day, we have a sound immersion with Tiffany, and she'll be sharing the benefits of sound therapy, and we'll really get to experience that. So that's a really amazing thing to come out and just experience at 4 o'clock. Coming up after Matt, we are having the Mind by Detox podcast launch. So of course you'll see my face again, and we'll talk more about that. Improving pain and posture with kinesiotaping at 3 o'clock with Angie. Neil of Hempfield Botanicals is going to be here, so I'm super excited about that. And one of my favorite people that Spirit honestly has brought into my life at 4 o'clock will be the author Tom Newnam. He's author and psychotherapist, and he's going to talk about Memo from Your Soul. So, oh gosh, I can't wait for you guys to meet him. He's just amazing. Just his energy is amazing and his personality. But my next favorite person, of course, is Matt, and he's going to be sharing, again, illuminating the path. Are y'all ready over there?
I'm all right with that.
Are you guys laughing because he's not my favorite person? No, he's my favorite. All right, y'all set? Take it away.
Well, hello everyone who is here and everyone who's there. Hello, not digital land. Say hi to everybody. So today the topic of my lecture, the title of my lecture is Illuminating the Path. And the reason that we chose that name is illumination is something that is very important to me. Through the course of my life, I've started from a very narrow perspective, and needless to say, over the course of my life thus far, I've been afforded the beautiful gift of being able to broaden that perspective and understand more about where we each are on the journey of life and the common thread that ties all of those paths together. So one thing that ties us all together is the pursuit of understanding. So whether we do that through our brain, through our heart, through our energy, through our life, through our friendships, through all of these different things, we're trying to get a better understanding of why we're here, what the point is of all of this stuff, and more importantly, to simply be able to be comfortable, to be calm, to be still, to just be. And so the more that we can illuminate that path, just the same as if we use that in a literal sense, that the more light we shine where we're walking, the easier it is to make a confident step forward. And so I'd like to tell you a little story. There once was a boy named Tim. Tim was terrified of his shadow. And no matter what he did, no matter how fast he ran or where he hid, his shadow always followed him. And when the nighttime came, the shadows grew bigger. The shadows of the trees coming in through his window with their skeletal fingers. And no matter what Tim did, he was plagued by this fear of these shadows. One day as Tim ran through the forest trying to escape, he came across a woman sitting on a bench. The woman was sitting so still that Tim almost didn't even realize she was there. And once he did, he became startled enough that he forgot that he was running away from his shadow. Surrounded by curiosity, he asked her, "What are you doing?" And with a smile, she reached her hand out, and a crow came and landed on her finger. It ate some of the food that she had in her palm before it flew away. And she turned to Tim and smiled. Tim said, "How did you do that?" She said, "I was still." Tim took a moment to think because he saw the terrifying shadow of the crow as it came closer and closer. But as it got closer, that shadow got smaller and smaller as it got closer to the ground. The old woman smiled at him and said, "You're afraid of your shadow, aren't you?" And he said, "Yes." The old woman said, "Well, how could you make friends with your shadow?" And Tim said, "I don't know." So she said, "Well, how do you make friends with other children? Play." And the old woman rose her hand and made a dog and started smiling. Tim began to chuckle a little bit. She made a rabbit. And Tim said, "Let me try." And he crouched down, trying to make a spider with his hands before he lost his balance and fell over giggling. And then they spent the rest of the afternoon running through the forests, playing tag with their shadows, taking turns, chasing after, and being pursued. And then the sun began to set. And rather than Tim being surrounded by fear, the old woman noticed a change. She said, "Are you still afraid of your shadow?" And Tim said, "No. Now we're friends." So Tim thanked the old woman for a wonderful day. And as he walked home, he felt safe and secure knowing that his shadow would always be by his side. This story is an illustration of the power of our perception. When we look at what we perceive as the dark, as our shadow, as the scary things that go bump in the night, we give so much energy and therefore power to those things. But very often, they are so colored by our perception, by the way in which we view them, that we can almost create something that is far more terrifying than the intimidation that is the hump of learning. Once we start that journey, when we don't take it so serious, and we learn to play in the arena of the things that we're afraid of, we can start to become more comfortable with them. We take that layer of seriousness away, and suddenly things aren't quite as intimidating as they first appeared. It's very interesting because what we tend to do with our shadow in the Jungian sense is we try to suppress it. Those aspects of ourselves that we aren't particularly proud of, maybe we have a temper, maybe we are always passive, and anytime we encounter a challenge, we back down, whatever that might be. But there's a funny thing called the Streisand effect. It was something that happened while a documentarian was traveling up and down the beaches of California, trying to document the erosion of the beaches. He just so happened to train his camera on the home of Miss Barbara Streisand. When she found this out, she decided that she wanted that image erased, and so she sued this documentarian for quite a large sum of money. The day that she discovered this, that image had been downloaded 6 times, 2 of which were by Barbara Streisand's lawyers. After the lawsuit was announced, 420,000 people downloaded the image over the course of the next month. This effect is a social phenomenon that talks about the more we try to suppress something, the more we draw attention to it. The bigger it gets, the more out of control it gets. And this, too, applies to our shadow. We all have that shadow side, that dark side, that part of us that seems to be reactive with things. But the more we try to push it away, the more it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger of an influence in our lives. So remember that whatever you are afraid of, wherever you find yourself apprehensive in life, there is an opportunity for learning there. There is a gift, there is a game, there is fun to be had through the process of illuminating that shadow. Now, beyond that, I'll talk about a concept that is very, very important, one in which I talk about a lot. So if you've ever heard me speak before, this will be old hat, but it's always important to reiterate. When we approach any situation in life, be that within ourselves or around us, we have 2 options: love and fear. They are the 2 prime motivators of everything in this life. And so when we approach a situation in this moment, consciously, with our choice, we approach it with love. When we allow ourselves to be reactive, when we pull upon old systems, old habits, old patterns, usually we are existing in a state of fear. Now, the beautiful thing is that if I ask each of you where you are right now, you might have different answers. You might say that you're in this orange room. You might be at home in your pajamas, maybe. It's the weekend, it's okay. And you might be somewhere in this building that this is your first time being here, whatever the case might be. But ultimately, the common answer is, you are all here, right now, in this moment. And that is the only place you have ever been and will ever be, in that moment. So, I like to draw the analogy of even if there was a lion running towards you, you might feel a little bit of terror, understandably so. However, that fear has nothing to do with now. The fear is afraid of the future, when the lion would get to you. So, you have two choices. You can either stay paralyzed, sitting in that fear, or you can bring yourself back to this present moment and utilize all your resources to get the heck out of it, right? So remember, whenever you feel yourself pulling upon reactive patterns, ask the question, where am I right now? Because just the same as the cycle of, say, abuse, right? The abuser who abuses someone, inevitably in some way, shape, or form, that victim of abuse becomes an abuser if they do not inject consciousness, if they do not address what has happened to them. They perpetuate the cycle. Now, it's not to say that someone who is abused in a particular way will also become an abuser in that way. Perhaps it translates to an emotional. Perhaps it translates to a self. But when we shine that light, when we illuminate our path and see where we are going and what we are doing, ultimately that places us where we can make a conscious choice. In my life, I've dealt with a few things. Granted, in comparison to some people, my life has not been that long yet, and so therefore I'm quite grateful that I've got to this point. And I try to share that with every person that I meet. And understanding that in this moment, you always have a choice. Love or fear. Am I going to be present in this moment? Or am I going to perpetuate old patterns, project aspects of my past onto the future, to bring them kicking and screaming into the now? The past wants to be in the past. And in fact, the past is simply a memory. It is something in your mind. It's very interesting that there have been some social experiments done where they set up a crime, say a purse snapping, right? So a bunch of people are sitting out eating food outside, and they hire an actor to come along and snag the purse from another actor. They both act as if this is a legitimate experience. And then we step back and we ask the bystanders what they experienced. People with their backs turned, if there wasn't a whole lot of hoopla with the incident, might not even know that anything happened. People who had a clear line of sight, they may be able to accurately describe this person, but more often than not, they don't. Their confirmation bias comes in. Their mind projects the past onto the present. What is the most logical person who would come and steal that purse? And that ultimately colors their perception. So, in those instances, remind yourself that no matter how certain you are that this is reality, that it is only your subjective reality. There's two types, subjective and objective. That subjective reality is uniquely yours, and whatever you experience with it is absolutely legitimate. But objective reality is the consensus, the quantifiable, measurable reality that we exist in. They don't always line up. Sometimes they do, but not all the time. So when we can allow ourselves to be open, if nothing else, to another perspective, it does not threaten ours. Just because we feel that this is what's going on does not mean that the other person's feelings or experiences are then invalidated. And the reverse is also true. If someone has a wonderful time on a roller coaster and the other person is nauseous the entire experience, it does not change the reality that they both paid to get on this ride. We can all have different and shared experiences at the same time. So, keeping an open mind is so incredibly important because it tells us, our subconscious mind, the part of us that is essentially recording all of our experiences, all of the people that we meet, and measuring those experiences against other experiences, our memories and our projections, whether that's in pop culture, whether that is in our personal experience. That comparison is always happening subconsciously. The subconscious mind is a challenging thing to be able to harness, a challenging thing, sometimes a slippery thing, that can very easily slide back into old habits. But we have the unique ability to focus our conscious mind. So when we have that opportunity, which is in every waking moment, when we utilize that gift, that ability to focus our conscious mind, we can then inform our unconscious. As far as this person might seem intimidating, but that does not make them a threat. I can be compassionate and open towards them and allow them to be who they are. And the way that we can operate in this arena in a comfortable way is to maintain boundaries. Boundaries can be challenging, and sometimes for those of us who operate from the place of our heart, boundaries can seem cold and unloving. But the most important thing for us to remember is that if we do not maintain those boundaries, we have failed to love the most important person in this universe, and that is us. We are the most important person in the universe. That might seem selfish, that might not seem balanced, but we have to remember that unless we love ourselves first, we cannot truly love anyone else. So when we maintain those boundaries, it is the walls of the sandbox in which we are playing. It keeps everything contained. It keeps the boundary between playtime and the rest of life. Where we are here with certain rules, where we're imagining that we are creating these giant castles out of that sand, and then when we step out of that sandbox, we remember we're actually not a king or a queen. We were just enjoying that playtime. It allows us to coexist with other people by respecting their boundaries. And so when we interact with someone and a boundary does get crossed, it's important to remember it does not have to be an emotional experience. That boundary can be put in a place of self-love. And when that person, another person approaches that, when we approach that boundary, we can decide, very mathematically almost, that when this boundary is crossed, this is what happens. For people who have trouble maintaining those boundaries, a valuable tool can be writing them down. Because when it's in black and white on a piece of paper, there's no gray area. We have it right there. We can reference, this is what happened, and this is what I decided I'm going to do. Now, when we first put a new boundary in place, that line is about that wide. And the only way that we narrow it is through experience. As someone crosses our boundary, we might realize that we need to bump that line in and bump this line in until eventually we find ourselves with a firm boundary. So when you make that list, write your boundaries in pencil. And understand that you can make those changes and shifts. Now, another thing that's important to understand, especially for those of us who feel called to help other people, is it doesn't mean that you cannot reach across that boundary. But know that when you do that, if you overstep, if you become habitual with the process of crossing that, you are draining your resources. And when you cross your boundary, you find that place of being agitated, angry, discontent, exhausted. All of these things happen. So be conscious of when you feel uncomfortable. That uncomfortability is there to show you that every time you interact with another person, it's important to maintain your boundaries from that place of love. So when we look at a situation that we might find emotionally draining, let's say we have a challenging person in our family. That tends to be a very common thread, right? We have someone that maybe rubs us the wrong way. Maybe they see the world from a completely opposite perspective. we can meet them with compassion at our boundary. I am here in a loving capacity, for myself first and foremost, but perfectly willing to allow my cup to overflow and fill yours. When we feel that sense of self-imposed responsibility, very often we are also approaching a boundary. And the most important thing to remember is that as we travel that path, that we are illuminating our experience of making mistakes, making choices that perhaps are not in our best interest. That path has a division. There are lines on either side of that path. And most importantly, it's important to remember, we are the only person on that path. We may have people in our lives that seem to travel perfectly parallel paths. Whatever we're going through, they're going through. Maybe there's a little bit of a time delay there. This happens in my life, and 2 weeks later it happens in their life. Remember, your paths may be very similar, but they're never the same. And that's to say the old adage, what's good for the goose isn't always good for the gander, right? The idea that when we step into a situation, we have to be willing to approach it as a unique experience every single time. Let's say we know each other, you and I, and you've come and talked to me about something. Right? And the next time we interact, we can pick up that conversation where we left off because we have this intellectual understanding of, remember the thing we talked about last time. But the person that you're talking to is not the same person you talked to previously. Over the course of time, our physical body is no longer the same. The cells in our body are constantly in a state of death and regeneration. They're always cycling through. So when we can understand that every experience, every interaction is unique, we remove assumption from that. Another of my favorite sayings is, expectations breed disappointments forever and always. Because ultimately, when we expect someone to be a particular way, whether we are correct or incorrect, we are projecting our mind onto the canvas of that person, rather than allowing them to be who they are. Now, that's not to say that we can't say, most likely, when I see this person, they won't be 8 inches taller than they were yesterday. They're probably not going to be reacting in a different way. They're not going to be speaking a completely different language. We have these consistent things that are mostly logical. But when we understand this person was nice to me yesterday and they're being unkind to me today, we have to ask, what might be happening in that person's life? And even more importantly, what's happening in mine that might be coloring that perception? When we do this, when we choose allowance, when we are open and compassionate to that person, we can hold space for them. Whether they are happy, sad, understanding, confused, whatever those things might be, those factors, we can be open and embrace them for who they are now, in this present moment, in the only moment in which anything ever happens. Because something might have happened yesterday, but it's never going to change. You can watch those home movies over and over and over again. The same thing always happens. When it comes to the future, something that a lot of us have occupying our mental real estate, what are we going to do next week? What are we going to do with this difficult thing that's coming up? How are we going to pay this bill? I'll tell you when you get there. That's the answer. Because whether it is something that is constrained by time, a particular interaction, maybe an appointment, you won't be able to know, to calculate, to figure out ahead of time what's going to happen in that event. You might know your intention, you might know how you're going to approach the situation, but ultimately you cannot anticipate every factor. I speak from a place of personal experience here with this. I had crippling anxiety. I was an insomniac for 6 years, and I had all of these things that were going on because my mind was always trying to anticipate the next moment. All of the possibilities. And the more that my mind ran, the more my mind realized that other things were happening, which made it feel it had to anticipate even more paths, to the point that I wasn't able to sleep. And it wasn't until I sat next to a stream and watched a leaf fall from a tree and land on the water and float down that stream that I realized how frivolous this whole process was. Now, that didn't make it disappear, but it did invite me to inject my conscious awareness to where I was. It showed that as that leaf fell, the most probable path was that it was going to hit that water, and most likely it was going to sit on top of that water, and most likely it was going to go the direction that the water was flowing. But any number of things could have happened from the moment that stem let loose from that tree. A bird could have come by, the wind could have blown, the water, there could have been a rock that fell, and that leaf landed on the rock and did not move. But rather than anticipating, because I was not emotionally invested in the journey of this leaf, I was able to step back and allow, to simply become the conscious observer of life. And the more we can do that, we can make conscious choices. We can take conscious action rather than unconscious reaction to the examples and things that are happening throughout the course of our lives. So just as much as the past is a memory that may or may not be accurate, the future is our imagination. It would be no different than you thinking, well, I have to prepare when everyone in this room turns into a dragon. It's all going to happen at 3 o'clock. Nobody can prove me wrong either, because it's 2:10 right now. So I can sit here and anticipate that happening, terrified of all of the dragons that are going to be in this room. And how am I going to escape? Or I can be present with all of the human beings that sit in these chairs and are watching. So it's important to remember that we can whip ourselves into a frenzy, desperately clinging to some error or pinnacle of existence that happened in the past. We can wait for all of these things to happen in the future, either dreading them or anticipating the glory that will be there. But ultimately, when we do that, we use this moment as a waiting room. We take this moment and say, ah, yes, but the next moment, that's the one that's important. But when we are here, we come to the realization that the world is open to us now. We are already exactly where we are supposed to be. And that's not because of some predestination of you're supposed to go along this path. It's because the choices that you've made have led you to now. The lessons that you have learned, either through success or perceived failure. Another thing that's important to remember is we never fail unless we surrender to our circumstances. If we persevere through those things, if we look at these opportunities and say, this didn't work out the way that I planned, I learned something. And then take that information and make the best informed decision afterwards, we find ourselves in a place where we are present in that moment, watching the flower bloom, watching that as that blossoming process opens up. And if any of you have ever grown plants before, you realize that just because you want that thing to blossom faster doesn't mean it's going to happen. You can't water it more and suddenly it's going to get bigger. You're going to drown it. Right? So when we can understand that everything unfolds in time, including our lives, including our perception, including our experience, we can learn to flow with the rhythm of life rather than trying to constantly swim upstream. There's a beautiful thing that happens when we let go, when we release things, when we step back and say thank you to every single person that we meet, whether they've got our blood boiling or whether we can't wait to see them again. every opportunity that we do this, every chance that we interact with someone, gives us the chance to let go, to allow, to embrace, to embrace this moment as if we had chosen it. Because in some way, shape, or form, we have. And when we do that, we shine that light onto our path, and we take a step in the direction of moving towards everything that we want, one step at a time. Okay? Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Matt.
Oh, dear.
She's everywhere.
So I have something to
Yeah.
All right. So everyone, we're moving on to, finally, we're going to be launching the Mind Body Detox podcast. If you have Spotify, Apple, Google Podcasts, in the next couple days, we will be listed, but you can access the first episode on our Facebook group, Mind Body Detox Podcast, and I will actually be sharing more of that. But today we're going to actually do a live episode, and I'm going to share some information about the amazing Mind Body Detox process in itself. So without further ado, we're going to start with some Mind Body Detox podcast launch. Here we go. This is the Mind Body Detox podcast, where we discuss all things integrative health and wellness, interviewing folks from all over the world, sharing insights and wisdom on how to live a healthier life in mind, body, and spirit. All right. Welcome to the Mind Body Detox podcast. We are doing our first ever live launch party episode. And I am Kara Lovehart, integrative intuitive medium, and I am your host for this podcast. This podcast is a culmination of my life's work as an intuitive, as a holistic professional, and as a curious human being on this planet that wants to connect with others, to learn, to grow, and to share that information out there with individuals who are looking to self-actualize, looking to better themselves in any way in mind, body, and spirit. This podcast will be, of course, me chatting about my journey, me interviewing guests from around the world and professionals, as well as individuals like yourself who have stories to tell about your holistic health journey. This is an amazing time in history for us to be sharing the knowledge and the wisdom of the body and how it can heal itself without interference. To integrate both East and West with the importance of allopathic medicine, but the curiosity and the expansiveness of integrative medicine and how other modalities that we are maybe not familiar with can really help us in ways that we maybe were not aware of in the first place. So for this process of this podcast, how did this come to be? It has been over 20 years from my own journey in the holistic wellness field, and it really started out with me being very sensitive to chemicals, being very sensitive to my environment. And that included my diet and the things I ate. It's very important for this information to be shared because a lot of us are struggling out there with whether it's physical symptoms that we're taking medications for that we don't necessarily have to all the time, or it's mental health issues, depression, anxiety, issues with focus or concentration, brain fog, all these diagnoses that we really think that define us, define who we are. And then when we define ourselves by a diagnosis, we can't see ourselves outside of that. Now, this is a balanced podcast between science and, and intuition. So there is, of course, this balance between understanding that if you're diabetic, you may need insulin, and allopathic medicine is here for you. But learning to manage stress, learning to manage your diet, all the different tools that meditation can give you, energy healing, acupuncture, massage therapy, exercise, movement, mindfulness, the list goes on and on. Those can be things that can really supplement your treatment with any therapies you're already doing and with your insulin. So it's really, really a full comprehensive look at how we can expand our perception of healthcare and wellness care instead of waiting for us to have symptoms before we start to address them, for really looking for something to cover up symptoms instead of really take care of the root of the problem of what we're dealing with. As a medical intuitive and intuitive medium, this podcast is going to be my perspective on the reality of healthcare and how energy is really what's underlying all that we do with ourselves and our relationships, with our health, with our spirituality, with our jobs. And these are things that we will illustrate. I have some really great episodes already ready. They're queued up for you to listen on how that process really got us to understanding more about how your emotional state, the trauma that you've been through, your story, your biology has created who you are today and what is influencing your health today. I'm going to share a little bit about my background and my health journey because I think it's really important that a lot of the things I've struggled with, I know that a lot of people out there are as well. And they're looking for other answers. They're looking for healing. And this is really the episode for you to listen to, this first live episode, to really get some information on what are the things that are out there for you. My journey, I was growing up a very sensitive individual. I was sensitive to chemicals, foods, and things like that. And a lot of these things affected not just my physical health, of my gut health and my digestion, but eventually started affecting my mental health, my ability to focus, my ability to communicate. And I had exposure in the environment to not just toxic chemicals through the food and the pesticides and things that were affecting my hormones, but also to lead. I had exposure to lead, and that's something that is really a big deal, especially for children when they have developing brains. But I had exposure to lead, so I had lead poisoning. And this really not only affected my system from a standpoint of creating a lot of hormone imbalances that we tried to treat with birth control, which is very common if you experience that as a woman. But because the issue was not actually needing to use birth control to balance the hormones, because the problem was toxicity that my liver wasn't able to handle the already circulating hormones in my body due to these excess chemicals and toxic lead really affecting my liver, we had a lot of issues with that turning up in more of a consistent emotional imbalanced state and also being in an altered state of consciousness. Now, this happens to us when we are going through trauma, when we have a lot of stress in our life, maybe a big life change. If we are ill or struggle with some sort of illness, our bodies will operate in more of a fight or flight reactive state. And a lot of times we're really operating from an altered state of awareness and consciousness, And I think that that is something that we don't always think about. And we can become easily more affected by our family and our friends and by foods and by chemicals just because we're in this heightened state. Our nervous system is already on overload. It's done. It's saying, hey, I've had too much stimulation. We need to shut this down. So for me, my trajectory of my path was really struggling with these hormone imbalances and sensitivity as a psychic. So for me, seeing spirits growing up wasn't something that was supported and nurtured. It was something that was feared. It was something that I had to hide because when I had shared things and things were really apparent to me that this wasn't normal, I got misdiagnosed with all different types of labels for mental illness, and I got medicated and hospitalized. And of course, as a medium, the worst place to be when you see spirits is in the hospital. There are a lot of dead people in the hospital, and if you do have this story that our culture tells you, that you're seeing things and hearing voices, that you're crazy, that's something that can really affect things. Now think about this. I'm in a trauma altered state of consciousness because I'm dealing with lead poisoning and hormone imbalances, and my body's not able to process and get rid of toxins. So my brain is being affected by it. So yes, it's caused me some physiological issues and putting me in an altered state, but it also has given me the journey that I have walked today to learn how to detox my body in all different types of ways with holistic medicine and allopathic medicine, learn how to handle being a sensitive person and having a sensitive nervous system to energy, to spirits, to working with that, and also walk this fine line of what is actual mental illness and what is a spiritual gift or a spiritual sensitivity. Because I think a lot of people are misdiagnosed or don't quite understand what might be going on. Now, I'm never suggesting for anyone to go and just get rid of medications and not see a psychotherapist or psychiatrist. What I'm suggesting is there is more information to the picture, to be put into the picture here for you to process and to think about. Now, your journey may not be, I wasn't a psychic, I'm not sensitive, that type of thing, but you might be struggling with weight gain, sluggishness, anxiety, or depression. And these are things that also we'll talk about in these episodes of this podcast with myself and different professionals of other ways that we can learn to deal with these things in our lives other than just popping pills, unless they're necessary. One of my former bosses, amazing chiropractors, Dr. Kevin and Selena Jackson, Dr. Selena would always talk about that, medication doesn't come first. It's natural things first, medication second, and surgery last. That makes sense to me. It makes sense to me because of all of the negative repercussions that we have seen of when you do go to surgery first. One of the things for myself, I went to my gynecologist a few years back, and an issue I was having, the very first thing that was suggested to me was, we can just give you a full hysterectomy. And it wasn't something that made sense to me. And I know that if I hadn't had this awareness with this path, that I wouldn't have questioned my doctor. Doctors are amazing individuals, but they're also dealing with a lot of patients and they're dealing with a lot of cases. And so sometimes it's easier to suggest something that ultimately, for most of our culture, if we're living in an unhealthy diet and lifestyle, and they're seeing these common things that lead to hysterectomy, sometimes that is the most compassionate choice that is out of their oath, the Hippocratic oath, to help their patients. That in their mindset is the best decision to make. And for me, there is this big question mark that says, why would that be the first decision? Because that's not always what needs to be done. And I have met a lot of people at my age, and I think in late 20s, there was so many women getting hysterectomies. And I was really concerned about this because maybe there are reasons they need to do it because there's either cancer in the family or there's other things going on. But there's also a lot of stuff going on in our environment that is affecting us. So we have a lot of endocrine disruptors, things that affect our hormones in our food, in our water, in the air. And of course, the stress levels and things like that don't help at all. So if you are someone that has gained a lot of weight, that can also be something that can really be based out of hormone imbalances. I work with two amazing holistic nutritional therapists, functional medicine health coach April Johnson, and nutritional therapy practitioner and board certified nutritionist Tanya Jarrett. And they work with us at Firefly Hollow Wellness Center here in York, Pennsylvania, and they specialize in these things. So it was really amazing to team up with these women, and wishing I would have had resources like this before in 15, 20 years ago. Because a lot of my journey was really throwing stuff at a wall and see what would stick. Because I knew that I couldn't take medications. I was so sensitive to them. I knew that some of the foods I was eating were affecting me emotionally, affecting my ability to focus, and affecting my hormones. And it was something that wasn't told to me. It was just a matter of, this is the reaction I get every time I eat this food. And then, of course, you start diving down the holistic rabbit hole, right? You look up things, you search things on the internet, and not everything on the internet is a reputable resource. We are aware of that now, of course. So it's amazing to have these resources now to connect directly with individuals who have the knowledge and the training and the education. Because 20 years ago, I was 100 pounds overweight from psychiatric medication makes you gain weight. One of these medications, I gained weight in 40 pounds in a month. One of them, as a young teenager, actually made me lactate. So lactation is when your breasts fill up with milk. It was one of these things, like, it was obvious to me all these side effects that were happening were very strange. One of the medications I had taken actually made me hallucinate, and it looked like I never done any sort of LSD or any sort of recreational drugs like that. But some of these medications did that to my consciousness, and it affected me in that way. And of course, as I started to clear my system of these drugs and of the interactions I was having, clear my system of this lead and all the sensitive foods I had, I started losing weight, and I was not exercising. So it really, really fascinated me to really look at, why do we gain weight then? Because counting calories wasn't working. Food really does affect the system, and those chemicals and toxins really build up, and they were affecting me. And after this journey, it was amazing as an energy worker and as a body worker. I'm a licensed massage therapist and also a holistic coach. I was integrating all of my services together as a medium and as a medical intuitive, being able to kind of read people and look at what's going on in their life from a physiological and psychological standpoint, and being able to do body work on them, massage therapy, and then refer them out to psychotherapists, psychologists, doctors, chiropractors, to really know what this person's energy really needs. Their body is definitely needing this or that. And I don't diagnose, I don't treat, but I am able to see this connecting life force that emanates from all of us, what we call the aura, that has much deeper detail than just what color is my aura. It goes into really your history. And it goes into what you're psychologically thinking about yourself that's holding you back from simple goals such as making more money, getting in a relationship, finding a job, being able to have willpower and stamina. You know, there are a lot of things that are really there that we don't always address. And one of the benefits to being able to see all these different aspects and put the pieces of all the puzzle together that I have experienced in this holistic rabbit hole was to customize coaching for my clients that when they were ready, they were having complete transformations, to the point where I jokingly said I need to put a warning on the program that they're going through, because these people are completely transforming their lives. And it's depending on how much energy they put into it, they are losing weight, they're gaining energy, they're looking younger, they're maybe going through changing jobs, or they're leaving a family relationship or a dynamic that wasn't healthy for them, or they're divorcing because they found out that this is something that, even though they've worked on with counseling and therapy, they can't really get to the root of what's going on because the other partner's not wanting to make those changes as well. Now, I never ever tell anyone what to do. Any life coach you work with, any psychotherapist you work with, should never tell you what to do in your life. I think that's a really important part of our free will, of our journey of experiencing here as human beings. I say spiritual beings having a human experience. But I know that the transformations that were happening for my clients were profound. And it was one of those things that I was told over and over again, you need to create a program out of this. And so I did. That program, of course, is called the Mind Body Detox Program. Now, this podcast is not going to be about that program. We're going to talk about it a little bit, but this is going to be about integrating even more resources, even more information that help you to self-actualize. And this program was really geared towards individuals who are looking to change their life, looking to get to the root of a problem, and they want to do it with integrative healthcare, working with their doctors and holistic practitioners together. And what we did was we sat down for an intake process for this person, and I would go through and do a medical intuitive reading on them, looking at and bringing up things that I was seeing that were patterns that they were maybe unaware of, or they were unaware were connected to a physiological symptom that they were experiencing and had been experiencing for years, and giving them some insight and education on how that could be continuing to affect them. Because I believe that these patterns that we carry are very much in our unconscious and we're unaware of them. And I believe that we cannot change a pattern that we are dealing with until we have awareness that we have that pattern in the first place. And so really what I am is I'm a facilitator of energy and information. I'm a facilitator to help people to know themselves. Because when we know ourselves on a deeper level, not just ourselves psychologically and emotionally, but also spiritually, that's when we can really live full, healthy lives. We get to know our bodies better and what our bodies want and need. We can make a partnership with our bodies and our minds and our emotional standpoint so that we can better bring information to our doctors, to our healthcare practitioners, to our psychotherapists, to really let them know really what's going on so they can do their job better and bring forth the information that they have and the awareness that they have with their training and expertise. So after this intake process, we went through really looking on all these points of what might be holding them back, on what their toxin is. And some people's toxin is food, but a lot of times underneath the food, there's something else going on, why they're craving things, whether it's something physiological going on, or there's something going on emotionally that they continue to have emotional eating happening, or they might be self-sabotaging themselves. They're maybe people that are struggling as a healer or a helper or a teacher, and they don't have any self-care. And you can try to get on the self-care bandwagon and fall off again and again and again. You know that I need to do self-care. I need to do whatever that looks like, whatever self-care means, because it's a trending thing. But if you are not able to unblock or bring awareness to the reasons why you neglect self-care in the first place, you're going to continue to struggle. And it's really challenging because it starts to perpetuate this feeling of lack of, it starts to perpetuate lower sense of self-esteem because you try to attain a goal and then you can't reach it. And then you're feeling like, oh my gosh, I'm going to compare myself to everyone else out there who's probably able to do this, whatever it is, whatever your goal is. But that's what I'm here to do to help. And we go through 8 weeks of diving into the self from these different angles and looking at that toxin, looking at that information from a place that is very much more holistic in nature. So with this program, I really, really, really am excited that we're able to launch it online. This podcast, again, is going to be information that supplements that program. But it's just important because we've been running this program since 2014. The changes and the transformation that we have seen have been amazing. And with COVID, we finally, as busy people and practitioners here at Firefly Hollow Wellness Center, I was able to have the downtime to take all of the amazing content that we have and put it online. So that's online for people who are not local. So I'm going to introduce the 2-week program. We have 2 programs. There's a 2-week and an 8-week program. I am, with this launch of this podcast, I'm going to be giving away one of the 8-week programs for free. I just need someone to apply. I will have the application process there shared. I will probably be taking this video and sharing it later so that we will have more ways to win that 8-week program. But I'm also going to be giving away the 2-week program for free if you are unable to afford the program. I don't want resources to be a problem for anyone at this time in the world. We need resources. We need tools and we need help. And my way to give back is, especially to myself, with being a single mother, really having a struggle financially when I was starting out. It is really important to me to give back because I know how hard it can be. And sometimes when you're in that starvation pattern, that it's really hard to get yourself out of that. And this program is geared to help with just that. It's not just a juice cleanse or a detox in the physical sense. That's a part of that if you're interested in doing it. It does not have to be part of what you need to do, but it is something that can be supplemental. Sometimes it's looking at poverty. Sometimes it's looking at struggle. Sometimes it's looking at your emotions and your relationships. Sometimes it's looking at self-sabotage and self-esteem. So really, it's a full encompassing program. So we have a speaker coming up here for the open house here at Firefly Hollow Wellness at 3 o'clock. I'm going to be sharing some of our live pre-recorded Mind Body Detox solo program information for you to digest. And then we'll go into Miss Angie Wrightstone. She'll be giving us a lecture today on kinesiotaping and posture and pain relief. So stay tuned for that.
Good evening, everyone. So you know when someone goes live and they tell you that they're really excited for whatever they're about to do? Well, saying that right now is an understatement. I've been like crawling out of my skin with excitement to be able to launch this and share this with you guys. So first of all, I just want to share that I am giving away, yes, you've heard it correctly, I am giving away 2 weeks of the Mind Body Detox for free. So I want to share with you a little bit about how to apply to do that tonight, and I'm going to share a little bit about that program. I mean, after 2020, I think everyone, if you don't even know what Mind Body Detox is, by just the title of the program, you can probably understand why everyone needs to have a Mind Body Detox. And I want to explain a little bit about detox in general. We are not talking heavy drug and alcohol detox. We're talking about detox for your mind or your spirit. We're talking about detox for your body with food and supplements, if you feel like that's right for you. That's one of the things about this program that is so great. It's really customizable, and you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. It really does meet you where you are at. So that's what I'm excited to share tonight. If you are new to detox, if you have never done one before, if you are looking to get rid of something in your life, please share that with us. I'm going to go over some fun stuff, and then I'm open to questions here at the end. Please use the chat box. Share with anyone you know that might be interested, that is really needing one of these programs, and especially since it's free. We want to be able to give this to as many people as possible. And my reason for doing this is because we need, as a culture, we need something. And it may not be Mind Body Detox for you. It may be something else. But this is my gift and my contribution to the world right now. Post 2020, moving into a more integrative, aware, conscious world that we are creating together. So while you're here, I want you to connect with others in the chat. I want to introduce yourself, tell everybody what you know about detox, if you've done any programs in the past. Even if it's like something like you've done a 14-day cleanse or something like that, let me know what you're looking to change in your life. I want to know, other people want to know, we all want to know, because there's so much you can do. There's so much you can detox from. So I'm going to, while you guys are chatting it up and introducing yourselves, sharing whatever you're doing, I want to just tell you a little bit about my journey. So I'm Kara Lovehart, and I am the owner of Firefly Hollow Wellness Center here in Central PA. I am an integrative healer. I am an integrative energy healer, as well as integrative psychic coach, and I'm a massage therapist. So for my journey, starting over a decade ago, I've gone through so many cleanses you think I'm like a cleanse nut. I'm obsessed. to the extreme of working with like the cayenne pepper, drink only cayenne pepper lemonade for 14 days. No, for me in my journey, it was extreme. No, I'm going to not eat food for 20 days. And of course, that journey is one that a lot of us take, whether you go really extreme with a detox or a cleanse, or you do some sort of 10-day juice cleanse or 3 days, or you're fasting, or maybe you're doing breathing techniques and doing some sort of yoga detox where you're doing yoga for 30 days. There's so many different types of programs and protocols out there. And if you are new on the journey, or you are not a functional coach or a doctor or someone that's been immersing yourself in this world for however many years, you may know and have experienced that there's a lot of stuff that you don't even really know what to do. You're just trying anything out. And with my experience and with working with clients over the last, 9 years now, we've been really doing a lot of work with changing people's lives with this program. So it's really, really fun. We've been doing this program since 2014 in person, and of course everybody has their programs online now because of COVID, and of course we were working on that over 2020. And we're just excited because more of you who have been wanting to do that tell your friends and family who maybe don't live close to do the in-person program. Now you have access to that. Anywhere in the world you have access to this program. So friends and family can access that. So let's go over some really basic stuff. Basically, what is mind-body detox? We're going to talk about signs and benefits of detox, 4 ways to prep yourself, and we're going to go through detox versus transformation. We're going to share a little bit about that. So why we're doing this now, I think it's really important, and it seems like it's pretty obvious to me, but maybe it's not obvious. We are living in a world that is completely transformed, not just before COVID or after COVID, but before. I have so many clients and people out there that are experiencing what they call a spiritual awakening. They're sensing energy. We're discussing our culture in terms of vibes and energy. We're talking about how we feel drained. We're talking about energy vampires, empaths. These terms are now household terms. Most people have heard of this, or they just are hearing about these terms. And I think that's really important to note that this program is about energy management. We're living in a world that's not just third dimensional. When you're spending more than 3-4 hours on your mobile device or on your screens during the daytime for your work or for your leisure, your energy is not technically in your body from an energy standpoint. And for those of you who are energy medicine professionals, you understand what I'm saying. When you are not in your physical body, that means your conscious awareness is somewhere else. You can absolutely get really involved in your thoughts or something you're doing when you're driving to work and lose your sense of self and sense of your body and check out and go, who drove to work? How did I get home? Okay. Now we're doing this in now the space of the cyber world where we maybe lose track of the world around us. We're in through our devices. We're stuck in here. Or we're stuck on the computer and we lose track of our physical body. Now, because of that, with the fundamentals of energy medicine and the principles of how the energy body works, or the biofield, people may call it, you may have heard it called the aura, the chakra system, prana, there's so many different terms. Because of how that works, you're disconnecting yourself from your body. You're kind of disassociating in a sense and becoming more aware, more sensitive to the non-physical world. So if you're having experiences or have had experiences of, getting a sense about a friend or a family member that's not feeling good, they text you and you go, I knew they text me. There's these maybe sort of intuitive experiences that people are having. They feel overwhelmed when they go in places, after COVID, especially when they're in public, where they're just desensitized now to the overstimulation we were used to, and now they're feeling something. So this program is for those people who are energy sensitive, whether you've been an energy healer or practicing in holistic medicine for years, and you're learning how to manage that a little bit deeper, or if you're very new to all this. And I have a lot of clients who go through this program who want to open up their intuition. They've been doing diets and protocols with exercise for years, and it seems like they jump from one thing to the next and it never really solves the problem. Well, if that's you and that you can relate to that, it's a matter of there has to be something else here that's missing. And I have to tell you that looking at energy medicine in a grounded and understandable way in which this program presents it is very, very helpful for getting a little bit more insight onto what may be going on that's more than just the physical. So that's why we're doing this now. We are in the midst of a paradigm shift, and we're here to awaken and become aware of how we influence our world and how we are influenced by the world around us. Isn't that exciting? I want to hear you guys thumbs up and telling you if you experience this. It's so fun to be able to know that we're living in a world that's not just what we call the third dimension anymore. We are absolutely getting more aware as human beings beyond just that, mundane realm. So time for a mental or spiritual detox. So if you are experiencing a lot of mental clutter, you have negativity, powerlessness is one that 2020 completely made vulnerable and open in all of us. We felt very vulnerable and powerless. If you're lacking creativity or faith or trust, if you have mental fatigue or low energy, or if you have sensitivity to your environment, this program is absolutely very helpful for that. And it's, again, we meet you where you're at. What is it that you need to look at in your mental or spiritual world that needs to be detoxed, so to speak? And then, of course, benefits of doing this. We've had people that have amazing increased intuition. They're now like practicing in whether maybe they're a real estate agent, or they're working more in a classical sense of intuition and doing coaching, or they're just working with it in their parenting style. Increasing your intuition and your mental outlook really does supplement and increase happiness and health and wellness in your entire life. Being able to connect more and clear those mental or spiritual blocks help you find your purpose. And we need all of you out there who are seeking that, or if you know what your purpose is and you're worried and you're sabotaging yourself stepping into that, we need you to step into your purpose right now. The world needs you and your gifts and whatever that is. And I am so grateful to give away, again, 2 weeks of this program for free for those who maybe don't have the resources to afford it right now and need something to get them jump started. If you have issues with self-confidence or empowerment, or just manifesting your dreams and feeling supported in life. So all those things. Now, again, you may be feeling great. You may be really great and feeling balanced in your connection with your higher power, your intuition, your creativity, but you're dealing with stuff physically. So excess weights, this is cravings, addictions, inflammation or pain, blood pressure, emotions, low energy or sleep, or skin health. I am still appalled at how much our mainstream medical system has not caught up yet with some of the wonderful remedies and wonderful tools that we can use other than pharmaceuticals to be able to address the root causes of why we may have weight. And it's not just diet, but diet's a big factor in there. And inflammation or pain. You may not have known that sometimes it could be foods that you're eating, that you can get testing. We can do blood panels in this program to help assist with looking at what might be going on specifically. And again, that's extra. You don't have to do that. But also what's going on with your emotions and hormones. I know so many people that are on birth control, and then now they're having hormone imbalances, sleep difficulties, and because of hormone imbalances, they're dealing with anxiety and depression. And they're eating fine, or they're having everything else seem balanced, but there's just hormone stuff going on. And there's not always education out there to inform people that could be something that can be fixed. And it's not that you have to get another medication to fix that. Of course, there's circumstances, all types of circumstances, we might need medications. But if you absolutely want to look at what might be going on, digestive problems, especially things like that, this is a program we can get to the root of that and work one-on-one with you and customize things. And then skin health too. So I'll go through, I was dealing with like adult acne, like cystic acne for years. And that's something that was related to diet and hormone imbalances. It's not what skin products you're using all the time. There are toxins in our environment that are affecting our health, emotional health, mental health, physical health, hormone health, immune health. There are all these fun things we can learn about and empower ourselves instead of wait for mainstream medicine to catch up. It's an average 17 years before something that most of the time the integrative medicine or holistic medicine world has been using for a while. It takes 17 years before it gets accepted into mainstream medicine. So think about one example is essential fatty acids and omega-3s. It took a very long time before enough research and studies was done and that it was circulated throughout the medical world. Takes time for things to pass on through continuing education courses for these doctors and things like that before things are accepted. So there is things that are perfectly safe that can be used now instead of waiting 17 years for them to be considered normal. One example is too, if you have, this is an example just that's related to children. I have a son who's on the spectrum. And we changed his diet and we did some gentle, safe detox protocols for him supervised with a healthcare practitioner. And his symptoms decreased dramatically. And we had for years, one of his counselors was wondering why we were being very rigid with his diet. And she had some concerns about that. She's been working with him for 8 years. This is how long it takes something to get around. 8 years later, she comes to me and says, I just went to a continuing education seminar and I'm floored at everything you've been doing for him related to gut health and how that relates to serotonin imbalances and mood. I just went to this seminar that was amazing that taught me. And I go, see, I've been telling you. So there's some really, really cool stuff that we get to talk about in the program to give you some more insight on some of the cool stuff that maybe you haven't heard of yet. So that's always fun as well. So of course, if you are needing to physically detox, and you do, you can of course lose weight just from detoxing. That's always fun. You can restore and balance hormone systems. Eliminate cravings is a fun one, especially if you've been trying to get rid of a specific food or sugar or things like that. There are simple fixes such as amino acid supplements that can get rid of sugar cravings. It's pretty amazing. So again, those are really fun things we learn, and there are many ways you can benefit, or many things you can do to physically detox, but here are some of the benefits. All right, so this is, of course, what most of us are wanting to do. We're wanting to become successful at whatever it is. It could be relationships, it could be our health, it could be our finances. Again, this program is addressing all of those things. And a lot of times we say we can't do this because if we have low energy levels, because of our job, our circumstances, time, money, or stress. All those things, I will kind of jump on here and say that those have been in the past excuses for myself and as well as some clients as well. So if you're out there and you've done this program, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know that we've had these excuses and we just put things off to a later date. So you don't have to do that. This is free. It's 2 weeks free. All you got to do is apply, and we'll get to that process there. So here's some of the wonderful people that have gone through the program. We love you. You guys are out there continuing to change yourselves and change your world, and that's what's so cool about this. These amazing individuals have changed their lives, and they're actually reporting to us how much they're changing the people in their lives that they're connected to, their friends and their family, and even just giving some basic insight and some awareness of some of their friends and family or just people they work with on things that they can do to manage stress, to look at maybe what's going on, underlying root causes for weight gain or for depression or things like that. And again, these are really fun things that happen when you go through this program. You continue to change yourself and affect the world around you. Now, of course, on the top here, these are the many faces of Kara Lovehart. And I share these because this was basically my long journey of trying to find myself, my confidence, my creativity, trust in a higher power, in trusting others, in speaking up and having a voice. There are many aspects of that process. And I went through acne, I went through weight gain. I was 260 pounds overweight. I had no ability to organize my life, no ability to have time management, money management, relationship skills. These are all things that with the program's fundamental core foundations of what is the program's made up of is what I've used to not just transform my own life, but created this into a program years later after helping and coaching clients through so that they can change their lives. And that's what's been really, really fun. So how the program works, we're going to get to that part. We are going to be working with, depending on what your toxin is, we work with the foundations of energy management. And this is the foundations for every single thing in your life. I repeat, every single thing in your life is related to how you manage your own energy. And what I mean by energy is not, oh, I have enough energy because I slept enough, not physical energy. I mean your own psychological, spiritual energy. The chi, the prana, the part of you that makes up who you are. Are you able to manage emotionally, the emotional metabolism of energy? Having balance in the way that you're being able to nurture others, but also nurture yourself. And being able to process your emotions, because sometimes we're not able to process them. And then they show up in funny little other parts of our lives in funny ways that cause problems. How you're metabolizing your personal energy and your confidence, willpower, and stamina. And your expressive energy, how you're metabolizing that. And this could be looking like if you are having a hard time saying no to yourself or others, or to your toxin of choice. It could be food, it could be cigarettes, it could be workaholism, it could be alcohol, it could be whatever it is. Are you able to use your power of choice and expressing yourself and saying no? Are you able to even, express yourself to others? Do you feel confident in that? And then also living your life purpose. We also have interpersonal metabolism, so how we relate to others in relationships and energy exchanges. Do you enmesh yourself with others where you lose yourself in the conversation, you lose yourself in your relationships, you tend to have more codependent relationships, and they tend to be less healthy in their dynamic? How do you find a health and intimacy with yourself is what we look at. And we look at mental metabolism. So are you able to focus for good periods of time, or do you have a really scattered mindset? Are you able to have a balance in logic as well as intuition? You could definitely be very intuitive but struggle with the logical steps it maybe needs to take to get your business off the ground, or to be able to have a good foundational logical time frame and structure to help organize maybe creating a new food or diet changes or a new routine in your life. So those are things that can be overwhelming, especially for those who are energy sensitive and highly intuitive people. Usually get very overwhelmed and have a hard time balancing that. So that moves into that physical metabolism. This aspect of the program, one of the weeks, this is one of the modules, we go over how to find balance in your physical energy and working with your family, or maybe we could call it ancestors, or what's basically you have as far as your own psychological programming that came from your mom, dad, or family, or tribe, or your church, anywhere that you've been all involved in a group. And then we also look at time and resource management, because that's something that can be a big block to us, especially if we're very busy. Or we have so much time on our hands, we feel like we end up wasting it, and we sit around and we call ourselves a couch potato, and we can never get that.
Have a nail and we don't here because we're massage therapists. You peel that backing off, and what you'll see on the back is a pattern. It's called a fingerprint pattern, because if you were to look at your fingerprint up close, it's also kind of wavy like that. So the adhesive pattern is meant to stretch. And as you can feel, if you stretch it one way, it's pretty stretchy. But if you pull it the other way, there's no stretch to it. Hi. So the stretch is really the magic to the tape. The tape is not meant to stick something down to the body, it's meant to lift it up. So the tape has a lifting effect. So what it does is when you apply it to the skin, it creates a very subtle lift that allows for space in the layers of the skin, so that new nutrients, oxygenated blood, and your circulation can get into an area that might be compressed. So it works not only through lifting so that fluid can move. So if you have an area that's swollen, if you have any kind of swelling from an injury, or maybe you have swelling around the knee, and from a previous injury, that kind of stuff can get moved out quicker. If you have a bruise, if you had surgery and you have bruising from that, you can actually cut the tape in a certain way You lay it on top of that area and it will pull all of that fluid that gets stuck and stagnant in a bruise, and it moves through it much quicker than it would on its own. So it will heal those areas faster by allowing the nutrients and the oxygenated blood to come into the area. So that's just one way it works though. In addition, you can put this tape on to create a muscle to relax, or at least it tells the brain to tell that muscle, you don't have to contract anymore, it's okay, we're gonna stop the contraction. So sometimes the tape can take a very, very tight muscle and help to ease it. That's the cases where I say, I'm sending my client out the door with a stroke on them, especially in your really tight muscles, maybe around your neck, your legs, your arms, your shoulders. I want you to go home with this tape on you and spend the next 3 to 5 days just allowing the tape to do the work. And the way it does it is through the nervous system, through your brain. So the tape tells the brain to tell the muscle not to contract anymore. Don't contract, you're fine, there's no reason for you to be in this state, relax. The other thing it can do is if you've had an injury and you're trying to get a muscle to come back, you're trying to gain some strength, it can also tell the muscle to kind of activate again. Okay, it's time to work again. You've gotten through the injury, now we're going to get you moving again. So it can feel very supportive and work either way. And like I said, that's the magic of learning how to use the tape, is knowing where to put the stretch and in what direction. The tape can be cut into many different patterns. There's all kinds of really cool patterns that I've seen. And really, it's not just aesthetically to look cool, it's really for a purpose. And a lot of it might be swelling, edema, injury. The coolest thing I thought when I learned about this is that the gentleman who designed the tape actually taped an athlete for anxiety. So not just a physical condition, but an emotional condition. And the taping for anxiety is really done up along the spine. And the reason he did it is because he had a client athlete who was going into a cycling event, and he was really anxious, very nervous, very concerned about his performance in the event. So they decided to tape his back to reduce his anxiety. And he actually went into the competition much more relaxed, feeling better. Now, was it a placebo? I don't know. But they tape along the spine because that's where the greatest nerve concentration is. So especially down in your low back, there's a big bundle of nerves in the low back. And by taping over that area and lifting the skin and the superficial layers off of those nerves, it allows for better nerve functioning. So nerve functioning, circulation, oxygen getting to areas that it might not have gotten to before because everything gets compressed. I mean, think about through the pandemic, how many people have been working from home, longer hours, stuck in a chair. All the compression that happens down in our low back and the base of our spine just causes so much to get stuck. Tissue gets stuck, oxygen can't get into the area, circulation is reduced, and then all of a sudden now we can lift it through such a simple tactic and bring back better nerve functioning. So let's try this on your hand. So I want you to just place one end of your tape, and I can give those who don't have it, I'll give you some tape. One end of the tape on the hand, and then make sure you can stretch it. Pull your fingers down towards the floor so you have a bend in your wrist. And then stick the other end on there. And then smooth it out and rub it. And when you rub it, it activates the adhesive. Would you like to try this tape? Hold that in for me. Thank you. Tom, you want to try this tape? You guys want to try some tape? Oh.
So thank you guys. I got this one. I didn't put it on.
Oh, that's okay. You can stick it wherever you want, honestly. I can't tell you where to stick the tape. sensation? Move your hand around, move your fingers around a little bit. Mine feels tingly. Maybe that's because we work with our hands so much and we need it. Cooling, a cooling effect, a tingling effect.
Mine feels like calmer.
Calmer? Yeah. The tape is it's really incredible stuff. I think that the possibilities of how you use it is endless. It's really limitless of how you want to do this. I have taped clients for plantar fasciitis, different issues in the knees, pain in the knee. I tape myself if I'm feeling like sore before I go out for a run. I'll tape part of my leg just to feel support, or take my knee for support, and then go out and go for a run. And it's amazing the difference. So, like I said, 3 to 5 days this would last. After about 3 to 5 days, the brain sort of has gotten the program. Like it gets like, okay, this is happening, this is working, and that's about as far as you can go with it. Like so, and usually by then it's starting to come off. You can get taped anytime. We offer taping here anytime. And for those that have had sessions with me for structural integration, it's usually part of the session is I actually will tape you just to support the work that we just did. So I would love to tape somebody here based on a condition that they might be dealing with. And I don't know if that means Emily's going to pick somebody or I get to pick somebody. She left. She left. Would anybody be willing to be a volunteer to get taped? Okay, you put your hand up real quick. You were like, yes. So tell me what's going on. Is it something we can reach in a public situation?
So we could either do his head or
We'll go back to Finland.
yeah.
Okay. Let's do
This right now.
Okay, great. There's an awesome taping for the low back. And I was just telling a client about this. When we learned this taping in the class situation, we sat down to continue the class, and I went to just, without thinking, cross my leg, and I stopped. My leg like stopped, and I sat up straight, and it's like my body didn't want to be in that crooked position. It almost told my brain, like, no, that's not good for you. You want to sit, like all of a sudden my posture just automatically changed. It was pretty wild. So we round the edges when we tape somebody because rounded edges will stick longer than squared off edges. And the cool thing about this, if you are somebody that is dealing with something chronic and you find that the taping really does help, you can have somebody come with you and film me taping you, and then you can purchase this and you can do it at home. Yeah, because it is, I mean, there is a little bit of a science to how the tape goes on. Just grab these pieces here. All right, you want to turn around and just lift up your shirt for me. If it's okay, can I just pull your waistband down? So I'm going to put a piece of tape on either side of her spine. And there for a second, I'm going to cut one more. So these are going to go up on either side of her spine, and then I'm going to put a piece that goes right across her sacrum. And this is great for calming down the nervous system and opening up anything that might be compressed in the low back. All right, so I'm going to have you bend forward until you're comfortable. You can put your arms down if you're okay with that. So I'm going to put some stretch into the tape. Just by pulling on it, you can see how you can do a lot, you can do a little, depending on the condition of the client, the pathology that you're looking at, you know, the condition or the pain level that you might be in. And then when you put the end down, you just lay it on there. You never put stretch in the beginning or the end of the
okay?
So this is kind of telling the central nervous system, hey, you can create space here around that, like, sciatic nerve, like lifting.
Yes, so, so you know it's working, or you know you've applied it properly when you see all these ripples. Those are actually called convolutions. Convolutions show that the tape, that fingerprint pattern, is actually lifting the skin away from the area. So she's getting all this subtle lift on either side of her spine right there. So now I'm going to put one piece that's going to go across these two, across that top of the sacrum.
I can feel the lift.
Yeah. Does it feel cooling or tingling?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. All right, have you bent forward again? Just pinch it down a little bit here. So I'm going to put this piece across. So my stretch is in the center, so what this is actually doing is kind of pulling outward and opening this area up for her, giving those nerves some space. We talk about low back pain, a lot of the time it is a nerve compression or a muscle compressing into a nerve. All right, let's get that. Oh wow, what's it feel like?
It definitely feels like,
You feel like you want to stand up, right? That's how I posture, right? All of a sudden, yeah. That's exactly how I felt the first time I got that taken. You just feel like you've got this like lift. Yeah, like all of a sudden you just be in better posture. So imagine the taping. I've done a few of these where we pull the shoulders back, bring the shoulder blades together. We at least encourage them to go together. And when people stand up, especially if you're this all day at a computer, and then you drive like this, and you sit on your couch like this, you eat like this, all of this just gets compressed and tight. Your back starts to hurt because all those muscles are overstretched and weak. So by opening that up, we open up all the tight muscles, and then the ones in the back start to strengthen again. Right? So one way that the tape can help. So if you ever have an opportunity to try it out, go for it. They do sell this tape. I don't think this brand. This is the Kinesio tape brand, but they do sell Rock tape, KT tape. Those brands you can find in CVS if you ever want to play with it. But like I said, kind of the magic behind it is knowing how to apply it so that it's beneficial. Because then anybody can just slap some tape on, but if you're not sure how to apply it that's best for your condition, that's where it gets tricky. Any questions?
Thank you.
It comes in all kinds of pretty colors, black, pink, even a flesh color, green, peach. They've got pastels, they've got all kinds of stuff. I even have a roll at home that looks like denim. I don't know why, but
does anyone ever use it on their face?
Yes. There are, I have been following a couple people actually on Instagram that there are estheticians using these in facials to help lift and reduce swelling. So get bags under the eyes, swelling in the face. It can help pull the swelling out. So it's great for like your lymphatic system, drainage, facial tapings. I don't know that you really go out and walk around with that on, but maybe for the maybe at night you sleep with it. I haven't experimented with facial tapings, but
And it works for the feet as well.
Yes.
So like, I have like severe swelling.
Yes, around the ankles.
Yeah.
I would do a taping that would open up that space and allow for lymphatic drainage. You actually tape towards the drainage areas in the body, and it pulls it in those directions.
So this would be good for, like, if somebody got into a car accident and they have all that inflammation and you don't want to start doing massage yet, you can do this.
You can apply this within 12 hours after a surgery. Okay. All around the area to help lift and create more space for quicker healing, for better healing. Because a lot of times with surgeries, it's so compressed and it's so inflamed from the mediators of inflammation rushing in there. Right. This just lifts. Yeah, you have to try it to really, like, I can talk about it for days, but you really got to try it out to really get the experience, figure out what it is. Anybody feeling anything different in their hand or tingling? Yeah. There's carpal tunnel taping. I was just yeah. Yeah, you name it, tendonitis, tennis elbow, golfer's elbow, shoulder issues, dislocations, impingements. I mean, you name it, there's some kind of taping you can use for that condition. Yeah, it's awesome. If you know of any therapists, if you know of any exercise science people, physical therapists, we actually are having another training here in December, right here. The guy who teaches the course, his name is Scott Ford. He comes from Pittsburgh. He's going to be here for a 2-day taping class, and you can earn credits as massage, as exercise science, physical therapy, chiropractors, occupational therapy. All of those professions can get learn how to tape, and so let them know if you know anybody, if you have any friends or family members. It's cool. It's a fantastic class. You'll learn so much. Awesome. Any other questions? No. All right. And Emily's going to pull somebody, another person for a taping session.
We're going to hand out raffle tickets first.
Oh, raffle tickets
before we could get in here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I just want to get us there. All right, beautiful.
So yeah.
She's going to hand out raffle tickets.
Yeah, somebody gets to win a taping session.
Thank you. You're welcome.
If your kids don't listen, you can tape them together. Is there anything? I can feel it that went to the wrong end of the bed. All right, so I picked, this is the last 3 digits. 616.
That's me.
Yay! There you go. Congratulations. You can book that out front and get to experience the taping.
Wonderful.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you guys for coming. It's a quick one. Absolutely. Absolutely. Purpose as far as any kind of bruising that you might have from surgery. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Let us know if you can take things like permanent session and just kind of look at things. We can even take some pictures of your phone so you can see the difference from putting the tape on and then afterwards. And of course, you can also video. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure if this was even so keep going. I have a chronic hip issue from lifting really hard. And they take me up to the process.
I have a hard time with time things, but there was a woman sitting at a lady where I was asking her, and she suddenly you can see the difference. And I've been working from home since COVID for 2 years now, and I just love seeing that it's just
Yes. This is our next speaker, guys. No, I mean, actually. This is you guys. Thank you so much, Neil, for coming out and visiting us. Neil is from Hemphill Botanicals in Lancaster County, and we have been working with Hemphill Botanicals for the last 2 years, 2.5 years now, and we're just really honored to have their products here. Amazing company, and there's a lot of questions that people always ask us that we thought we'd have Neil here himself to answer directly about CBD products, and even if you're able to answer anything about the medical marijuana card program that you guys offer with the company.
Certainly. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello. Hi.
I am Neil, as she had said. I work for Hempfield Botanicals. We are located on Charlotte Street in downtown Lancaster. We're moving to a larger facility. Hopefully by the end of September, more than likely October and November, given any construction schedule.
Congrats.
So, thank you. So it's going to be our third move. So our parent company is called Make Sense, which also has a presence here as well. And we are an offshoot from that. I wanted to thank Kara for sure, her and the team for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon, and more so really to kind of answer the questions. I feel like that's where the meat of everything is. So I'm just going to kind of go over a brief overview of who we are and what we do, a little bit about CBD and its interaction with the body and receptors. I'm not going to get real sciencey. That's you can read that online. It's okay, and then we'll just kind of get some Q&A about it. Okay. What we do, Hemphill Botanicals embraces that wellness is a foundation for living a full and vibrant life. Our company creates all natural THC products and also full spectrum CBD cannabinol. That's always a hard word for everyone to say, cannabinol. Products that help people find relief from pain, inflammation, sleep problems, anxiety, headaches, lack of energy, and of course much more. The window is just beginning to get open on all of those things. There are so many studies going on with the FDA right now. Incredible amount of studies going on. Everything from animal feed to CBD or chemical products in construction. So I mean, it's running all over the place. Our mission and our vision for Hempfield Botanicals. Our mission is to create an effective and ethical, natural, hemp-based cannabinol line bloodstream. Demonstrative environmental stewardship, maintain a supportive workplace, super important, and give back to the community. That's something we do on a daily, weekly, and monthly basis. Our vision is to be a top cannabinol or CBD product manufacturer, best known for superior products and commitment to providing up-to-date education, one of our pillars, along with 5-star treatment to our partners. And we promise to deliver outstanding service throughout our expertise, our collaborative spirit, creation of exceptional cannabinol or CBD products, our dedication to protecting and preserving our planet, and commitment to giving back to our local and also national communities. Our formulations for our CBD and also hemp products contain whole plant hemp CBD extracts. Since the changes in the Farm Bill of 2018, we're actually now, we're going to be going on our second harvest here in Pennsylvania. So for now 2 years, just shy, we're going to be an all Pennsylvania product. So within the Tri-County area, that's where we are sourcing pretty much everything that we can. Unlike other manufacturers, we make all of our products in food grade and food grade, quality control facility. We are certified as a CGMP facility. Not many facilities are certified like that. That's a very stringent certification and requires daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly paperwork to maintain that good standing certificate. Also, each finished product batch is tested by green scientific labs here in Pennsylvania to ensure quality and consistency. And if you're interested in doing a lab report for any specific product, on our boxes, you may see a QDC or QWERTY code. Thank you. And all you need to do is get your scanner on your phone and you can scan it, and it will link you directly to our test results. So it's the 3 T's for us, which are another one of our pillars: transparency, testing, and also traceability, which is probably the biggest one. On to fun stuff. CBD's role in physical recovery. As most of you know, CBD is an anti-inflammatory and anti-anxiety, basically plant-based medicine. Attributed to its inhibition of andesite reuptake, CBD delays that uptake and helps the brain to actually force that command to produce more. The receptors involved in those play roles in the cardiovascular function relating to myocardial oxygen consumption and coronary blood flow. And they also have broad anti-inflammatory effects throughout the entire body. The cannabinoid system in the body is something that is relatively new. That would be something that there is so much ongoing research about. The receptors are located not only throughout your biggest organ, which is your skin, but all throughout the body. And it kind of piggybacks through on the lipid system. So from there, you're going to be able to have maybe, if you suffer from sleeplessness, anxiety, if you have like this ongoing pain, that you're unable to really, it's in your shoulder and you feel that, and you're like, man, I just can't get that knot, and my physical therapist can't get it, my MT can't get it. Changing those habits and maybe using a topical application and also an internal application of the CBD through an oral oil, that also helps to rebuild and alert those cells that are not healthy, puts the alarm out for them, while the other cells that are in homeostasis or in balance and health remain the same. So it's an interesting way of that they can identify those and also help with the ones that are not functioning. A couple of words of advice whenever choosing a CBD product. Our CBD muscle recovery after physical exertion, for generally treating muscular joint and nerve pain, inflammation, and others. Please choose your products wisely. Choose your products locally. Make sure that you do have the testing. And also, too, so whenever choosing that, these are very big decisions that you will be making. Whether you support someone out in Colorado who's doing the right thing, or you support someone in Maryland who's doing the right thing, or someone local that you're going to be sitting up with someone who's in Pennsylvania for the local economy. All these decisions come into play for what we do. Restoring homeostasis. Our endocannabinoid system, or ECS, directs the communication of traffic in our bodies. And so you can kind of think of it as like traffic control. As it does its job, the outcome is fewer problems and more balance. It's very simple. Some people overthink CBD. It really is ancient plant medicine for problems that have nagged us since the beginning of time. Overwork, not able to relax, stressful situations, can't sleep, we need a little bit more energy or focus, those types of things. These, through either oral oils or also topical, that would be the main thing that, excuse me. practice. It doesn't and the cannabinoids, endogenous cannabinoids. Those are already compounds that our body makes. And through no fault of our own, replication, especially when you look at kind of what cancers are, when that replication gets mutated or something, there's something that's skipping, something that's not connecting or not formulating correctly. That's where these bad actors come in. And this is a way to wake those back up, isolate the ones that are doing their job, and then also elevate the ones that are not doing their job and send up almost like a signal flare, like, I need help. And we can all learn to use that phrase at times too, for sure. The two major receptors are A1 and A2 receptors. The A1 receptors are found mostly in our central nervous system, spinal cord, and brain. They're also associated with memory, cognition, emotion, motor control, appetite stimulation, and perception of pain. CB1 receptors are very much what THC would attach itself to. CBD is more of a A2 receptor. The majority of your A2 receptors are found in the skin, and then also in the central nervous system, and also throughout the limbic system, all your major organs. So basically, they encompass the nerves outside of the brain spinal cord, and they're associated with the immune system, body response to inflammation and pain, and pain reduction, relaxation, and also, oddly enough, maintaining temperature. That's always one that people don't forget. Some people do like run hot or they run cold. There's a way to bring balance to that through CBD use. And lastly, the effect that CBD has on our endocannabinoid system. Once again, we think of it as like traffic control. And unlike Delta-9, which is THC, active cyclocomponent to Delta-9, Delta-8, and also Delta-10, they produce that high. And research shows that CBD binds only slightly with the CB1 or A1 receptors, mostly with the CB2 receptors, or A2 receptors. The body's cannabinoid receptors sit on the surface of cells, and they listen to conditions outside the cell. They transmit information about changing conditions and kickstart appropriate cellular responses. Once again, it is like a wake-up call for things that are not functioning properly. And homeostasis really is the name of the game when it comes to CBD. That is what we're striving for. We're striving for balance in so many things. Work-life balance, emotional balance, physical balance, you name it. And that really is the end result for any quality CBD product. When you're looking for CBD, effective rates vary on the method that you're going to be imbibing it. The most effective way is by smoking. We don't necessarily encourage that because we're about wellness, and we do sell flower. We're transparent about that. But that is the most effective way to break the blood-brain barrier to get it into the system. The second most effective is sublingual. So under the tongue, the oral oils come into play. So you can hold it there for, I don't know, I do it up to maybe even 3 minutes at each time. I do it in the morning and then also in the evening when I'm trying to like stimulate to my day. Gummies and also cooking with it is effective, but you're going to lose potency. So if you have a 1,200 milligram gummy, after it goes through all the systems that you have internally, you're really only going to be harvesting about a third of that. Because it gets absorbed and then filtered, and like through the liver, then finally through the kidneys and organs and tract and outgoes. So it's, when thinking about gummies and different things, yeah, they're fun, it's easy, but you're losing its effectiveness. You're really getting about every benefit. So it's very important. We also have transdermal patches now. Yes.
Effect on kidneys and so forth. So you said it kind of gets processed through and all that. Is it harmful to the kidneys?
Not at all. Not at all. It really is just like any other compound that's going through. The body receives it, understands and knows what it is. It's not isolated by any means or isn't causing negative effects. But as it goes through those natural filtration that we have in the liver and also the kidneys, it does stop fluid-like passage. So it's going to hold on to some and flush out. It's going to do its job. Transdermal patches are coming along, and those are kind of interesting. It seems like an interesting for if you want to really isolate on like a certain area, like say a shoulder or a knee or a leg. If you're an athlete, I would see that could be something like if you're in an actual event or participating in some way, you just need that right there at that time. I can see that would be beneficial. And then, what's the other one? Like I said, there's another thing that's coming about too. There are these herbal vaporizers that are getting more popular now too, which are kind of interesting. They pack basically a glass tube full of CBD flower. It will heat it so it vaporizes at the point just below combustion. So you're getting that rapid absorption into the system. You're bypassing a lot of filtrations going right into the blood-brain barrier, right through it, but you're not getting any procedure. So, kind of makes sense. Also, speaking of oral oils, we make quite a variety now. Our number one seller is for anxiety. It has been for probably the last 2 years. It has surpassed our full spectrum CBD oral oil. Pre-pandemic, pandemic, and then as we're exiting the pandemic, it's everywhere. I also do a lot with customer service at Hemphill Botanicals. So one of the great things about my job is answering the phone, answering questions, and then too, like, I just had an elderly lady from Tennessee. She didn't say where in Tennessee. She was like, "Oh, you can great state of Tennessee." I'm like, "Okay, how are you doing?" She was like, "I'm almost 70 years old. I'm taking care of my late husband's mom, who's in her 90s. She had a stroke a few months ago, and she has to get physical therapy, but she wasn't able to because of the pandemic. And her great-grandchildren bought her muscle recovery and sent it to her where she was at, and their great-grandmother was blind. And she said it has been a night and day difference for her. Like, she is able to move around, she's not complaining about head sores, like there's been a shift in the last 4 weeks for her. And she just said she had to reach out and tell someone and say thank you and how to get more. So it was very powerful, especially when you're on the receiving or the listening end of people calling in almost every day and saying, "I'm just talking to someone." Yes. So I did want to take this opportunity to say thanks for listening, but also want to open up for Q&A, because I feel like that's where the majority of all of these things lie. So are there any questions that I can answer this time? Yes.
Nerve pain.
Yes.
Does it help with that?
It does. My mom has a double hip replacement in one knee. She has nerve damage and pain down her left side. Kind of started out as like a restless leg syndrome. And anything I could do to get her off any more like medications, I was all about. So she uses our salve. And the salve is sold at a 1.6 ounce size. It's 300 milligrams. Now, conversely, the muscle recovery, which is a lotion, is 600 milligrams, but it's 8 ounces. So it's more for a larger mass. The salve is more for like a spot treatment. So she was able to really kind of pinpoint that with a high concentration of CBD and run the path down her leg where she was experiencing that pain. My ex-mother-in-law, who had shingles during the pandemic, which is a great time to get shingles, right? She literally was wrapping her arms and her back with like ace bandages because she couldn't even wear like clothing because she was on fire. I got her some Zap to try just to see if that would help alleviate it, and it was a night and day difference. Like 40 minutes, I think she said. We're not claiming that it's like a miracle. I don't feel like I'm like a snake oil salesperson, like, prove the 10 thing. But it does help. And what I like to tell people too, it takes that edge away, because that's what you notice is that hard, sharp edge. If you can dull that edge, and you can maybe like pass into sleep a little bit easier, if you can go ahead and focus on what you need to do, if you can go ahead and eat properly and do what you need to do, you're going to find that that is a way to get to that place, and then overall health starts to come back into play. So it is definitely a supporting character in that role of wellness and also really getting back into balance. Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
So we do a lot of like post-surgical people that work with a lot of chiropractic offices, physical therapists, of course massage therapists. And it's really starting to work its way through into like the bigger name like facilities, because I mean it's just there. People are talking about it, people are using it, and not everyone is like a single setup shop that you can call or a shop safety with your corporate. So once we can get past those things and really open up, that's when we go.
Have you seen any interactions, or not interactions, but reaction between either CBD or the THC version of it? Like with anxiety, if you intake it through smoking or oil, have you seen any benefit with blood pressure and things like that?
Yes, lowering blood pressure. Also, too, if you do have an MMJ card and you're going to a good facility, a good source, and you also have a good, I always equate them to like a sommelier, like someone who really knows their flower and the different strains of what you're after. Because the end all be all is not the THC content. The end all be all is the balance between the CBD, the terpenes that are in that CBD, and also how they balance out for the ones that are in the THC and the terpenes from that plant.
Okay.
So you want to find some balance. You almost want like a 50-50 ratio.
My doctor has recommended this for me, but didn't know where to send me to go, and I don't know where to go, so that's kind of why I'm here listening today.
Oh, okay, certainly. And you can buy flour just to kind of play around with that. Like CBD flour either on our website or on the store. We do carry 2 strains right now. We carry more as we go into our bigger space, but we just don't have the physical space to do so.
Yeah.
And you will find that a lot of people are the dispensaries now don't have enough people using CBD. Everyone's going for the THC, which you have to also bring that balance into it. Or it's because I feel like you can have the raised blood pressure, or the blood pressure drops right away if you're dealing with really high THC. So like back, people will travel to Amsterdam and go and have partying and all that stuff over there because it's like an open market. All the shops would have like dishes of candy. And I was like, how do they have dishes of candy? He said, oh, because Americans come here. They want to buy that brownie, eat that cookie, and do all that stuff right away. And in 2 minutes, they're passed out because their blood sugar and everything plummets. Because they're just looking for, like, they want like the biggest, fattest cookie in the world. So it's not really about that. Your body doesn't necessarily need or want. It needs to have that balance in all things. Yeah, it's interesting. Does anyone here have the MMJ card? How do you find the services at your dispensary?
I go to Zen Leaf in York, and I actually sat down with a consultant or a doctor, and they helped me. But I'm still fairly new with the whole thing.
Sure.
They were saying how the THC helps with mood because I have anxiety and depression. So I didn't know if your products, if any of them need a medical card, because where I don't like, I just want to be happy all day. So I'm still trying to find which one makes me more happy. But I definitely recommend Zen Leaf or medical.
And I would definitely take notes, almost like a journal, and then you can go back to that consultant and be like, okay, I tried this, I tried that. Maybe you can incorporate some CBD flower into it. So lessen that THC, but boost up the CBD.
Yeah, I've been trying to get more CBD. Based.
You can physically add that flower into it. So you can start off with a 50-50 ratio, and then you can either increase or decrease on either side depending on the dose and being what you're after. And getting you to a place where you feel like, yeah, this is where I need to be. This is perfect.
Okay.
Yes. Any other questions? Thank you all so very much. Thank you for listening.
So we are going to move away. Yes, we do have something to give away. Ready to take it? Is everyone ready to take it? Can we pull some card out of their phone, please? Can you read those last three digits?
Last three.
Eight.
608.
There's two.
Better.
Yes. Oh my gosh, we get my favorites, it's CBD stuff. Yep. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'll get you a staff. You're good. Thank you so much. So the chiropractor and the baby here.
You want the salve? Do you have any
Okay, so when you said that,
Well, it's in the little box. That's what I always say. I'm so sorry. You're fine. I have to sit down with you. Just sit. And just chillax while we do Hands are organized here. Looks like we're out of focus. Thank you. We're actually showing two. Alright, so you want to qualify. Alright, first lawyers.
Okay, got it. I just, as much as I can.
Oh yeah, that's good.
perfect wind down to the day. Time for you to be here. You guys arrived. So, thank you. Very good. Thank you. Yeah. Everyone's got her yellow glasses on. So, everyone, this gentleman here sitting next to me, his name is Tom Nunam, and I'd like to just briefly talk about how I met you and the significance of that for me. And I'm hoping that everyone who's present here today can really absorb not just the wisdom that this gentleman carries, but also the presence that that he carries in the way he speaks and just who he is. I think that that's a beautiful gift that is really just evident who you are. So when I first met Tom, was it like 2 years ago now?
Maybe.
COVID? I kind of lost a year of COVID.
Yeah.
Tom came into Firefly Hollow and came up and he introduced himself and he just wanted to meet me. And I was just, first off, I didn't know anything about him, but his presence was so big in a way that was so humble, but yet big. And I hope I'm not making you feel uncomfortable, but
not especially the humble part.
But I love when I meet a soul who has a lot of really bright, white, gold energy around them, and this really strong presence about them, because to me, for me, that signifies medicine for me, someone who used to be a teacher, and also someone who is a dreamer like myself, and someone who's really, whether they know it or not, really good at directing their life and co-creating with God, or manifesting, or following the law of attraction, or whatever you call it, being in the flow, being in the state of grace. I think different people call it different things. And I know for myself, I've always been that type of person where I just dream something or get a vision of something, and I just follow the breadcrumbs until it comes into my life. There is a story I always tell about the centers. I never really wanted to run a business, but something in me thought that I was supposed to run a wellness center. And I remember telling Jonathan one day, in my dreamlike state, I'm gonna have a holistic wellness center. And I remember this, you can't do that. But you're only like this, you don't know anything about it. And I was just like really young, and I had a very open childlike heart. Like I still try to carry with this naivety that I was like, I don't know how hard it's gonna be, but I'm just gonna do it. And so when I didn't know any better, right? I didn't know that it's going to be the challenges that come along with it, but I always really followed my heart with things, and I was at a point in my journey as on a personal level and on a professional level that I just felt overwhelmed, and I lost that sight of that sense of your calling and purpose and the little breadcrumbs that would lead you here and there. And even though I was reading for other people and talking to people's loved ones and giving them all these messages, for myself it was at this space of really having a spiritual dark night of the soul, and I felt really alone. And especially in the ability to kind of create my life, I was like, well, everybody does that, and I feel very alone in that. So Tom comes in, and I see this presence about him, and I said, who's this person? And he said, I just felt I was supposed to come here, and I was like, what? Tom has not heard this story yet, so.
I made a wrong turn. I was just.
Right. Yeah, no, a wrong turn, right? And then he said, I was really looking, you looked at our website and you were really just called because you felt the spirit of what we were doing here. And I'll have you comment on that then, but he brought me this book, and it was one of his other books that he has, but it's not the one I'm talking about today, but it's called Try Softer. And just the title was like, yeah, I'm really trying too hard, because that's when I have this playful, I guess, about my life. I just, I run into people, these amazing people that I have met here, from my life. It's just, this is how life works. But when you get out of the flow, you're trying too hard. You don't even realize you're in that state until you're really depleted and you don't have any joy or purpose or anything that's driving you. So Tom came in at this amazing time, and the book really changed my life. There's always books that change our lives, but this one was the Remembering Who I Am part, and I'm like, yeah. So this book as well is so similar. And I started reading this book to my son, who's 14, and he wants to play video games and do all that stuff with his friends. But then he was like, Mom, can we read another chapter of that book tonight? I was like, yeah, buddy. He's like, okay. And then I went away for vacation and came back and he was, Mom, you're back 3 days now. Can we go back and read the book again? I want to go back and read another chapter of that book. So it was really, really beautiful because the information, the knowledge, the wisdom that's in here and that Tom carries is just, I think, it transcends our human experience. I think all of us really are trying to find that in a sense. And whether or not you connect with the story or not, I think that there is some really cool wisdom that we all carry. And today, the reason why I'm so excited about it is just Tom's carried that specific wisdom for my journey. It may not connect with you guys, but it's very special to me. And so I hope it's special to you in some way. But if not, I hope you have a good time and maybe laugh, and we can ask some questions at the end. So yeah. So Tom, I would like to have you kind of share a little bit about like who you are and like more about your experience of what brought you here to where you're at today.
Yeah, well, I'm aware of the time factor. I need to be, so I'll give you some categories about what I've done with my life so far. I've always felt the need, the desire to help people. That's my bottom.
I'm going to actually speak up just a little bit. Just so there's a little bit of echo in here. Can you guys hear him back there?
Yeah,
no, yeah. Yeah. If you guys want to come closer, there's the air conditioner, that might be. And
so I'm a father, grandfather, family guy. I'm a veteran. I've been a special education teacher, probation officer, family therapist, psychotherapist, psycho, artist, been an artist for 35 years, and an author, which is amazing. Yeah, and martial artist, karate teacher. So, in each of those different aspects or ways, roles, I tried to help people in different ways. And I was on a long path just to be a counselor, and I was in line to get a PhD, and I just figured that's what I'm here for, counseling, be a therapist of some kind or another. And I had an experience that changed, that took me off that track and put me into becoming an artist when I wasn't expecting that. And the first thought I had was, oh no, if I stop being a therapist, if I stop counseling people and paint, how am I going to keep helping people? Like, is that going to be enough for me? Because the reason I help people is because it's fulfilling to me. So it didn't take me long to realize, no, that's a different level, a beautiful thing. If you can make somebody smile, if you do a painting and somebody looks at it, and for even a second, they forget about their troubles or whatever, and they might contribute to something. It's probably not possible to get off the path of helping others. It's just different ways at different times. But this book, I've told it's my favorite story. I've told it 100 times. I want to someday learn how to tell it in a condensed form. So let me just say, it's about a little boy, red hair, freckles, looked like Opie, probably. That was me. And all I wanted from age like 2 on was a pony. I wanted a horse. I loved horses. I was obsessed with horses. I had no reason to be particularly, because we lived in a small apartment. My dad worked in a furniture factory. We couldn't afford it, to get a pony. But what I want you to know is that there was something everything inside me as a little boy, and still made it clear that I was supposed, and I had to give it up. There was no possibility I wouldn't get a pony. So inside me, which is inside of you, you have a guide, you have an information center, a guidance system, answers to everything. So like you, I didn't know any better than to believe that, like wholeheartedly. I was getting this message that you're going to find your pony. So my parent, and I had loving parents, and I had a wonderful childhood, and that's the ultimate blessing in itself. But so I would walk around town, telling everybody, store clerks, people shopping, and I knew everybody. It's a real small town. I knew everybody in the town, and I would just say, "Hi, I'm going to win a pony someday." I even told hobos. There were hobos going to the town on trains. And I used to go down to their camps and tell them I'm going to win a pony. So, and every year in this town, they had a fireman's carnival, and they raffle off a pony. And man, I would buy as many tickets as I could. My parents would. They would encourage me to go ahead and take a chance, try to win. But they were, secretly praying I didn't. And everybody in town was reminding me, well, Tom, then it was Tommy. Son, many boys and girls want ponies. And so the odds, just so you know, you might not win. It's that wisdom, some kind of rational thing. But it didn't matter to me. But it didn't apply to me. I knew I was going to win. And that's not arrogance. It's just a knowing that I didn't know any better than to believe and have. It's a blessing, a huge blessing. So, obviously, I tried. I took chances on every pony I could, and always somebody else won. But I wasn't at all deterred. And one day, at the same time, I didn't know how I was going to win a pony. But one day, on television, there was a contest on a show that all the kids always watched. And a cowgirl named Sally Starr said, today, I want to let you know, kids, today we're going to auction a pony. Anyway, it wasn't luck. It wasn't just buy a ticket. It was, you have to do something. You have to create a cattle brand out of your initials. That was if you want to win this pony, take your initials, kids, and design a cattle brand. And we'll have our judges look at it and win the pony. So I sequestered myself. I knew this was my chance. This was the way. And I went in and I brought a visual aid to show you. I sequestered myself and I thought and I drew and I talked to my dad. My dad helped me remember everybody. My parents had a funny concern about me making such a good brand. Like, I don't know, Tommy, that's a pretty good brand. And so my initials are T-A-N. T-A-N. So this is the brand I made. I was 10 years old. And I knew this brand had to win. I knew it would win. I mean, I knew as I was making it. So my parents were pretty quiet about it. Well, that's a pretty good brand, So I sent it in, and a couple weeks later, a few weeks, I'm not sure how long, but I knew it would win. I came home from school and I saw my mother, look on her face. I said, I won the pony, didn't I? And she shook her head and she cried. She said, yeah. I mean, we had this little apartment, no money. She was in shock, and she had just gotten off the phone with the people at the TV station. And they told her, they said, don't tell Tommy you won the pony. Instead, bring him down here and we'll give him the pony on TV. Well, surprising. As if you cannot surprise me, then I know. So we had to go there and we went on TV, and I did try that surprise. But anyway, so that's a true story. It's a beautiful story. What that did for me is verified, proved that when I have a certain knowing, when I go deep enough and I recognize that and I don't block that, and I don't let other people or other ideas block that, and I honor that place in me, that I can tell you it's connected to the Holy Spirit. We say it's the voice of God, voice of love, voice of life. It's the universe talking to you. It's what we're all ultimately made of and aspects of. So as a little boy, I just accepted all that. And it brought me the pony, perfect pony with a red saddle, red bridle. It was a wonderful, wonderful experience, but mostly and more so, it was verification. This is how you go through life. You pay attention to what people say, you listen, but you trust ultimately what's in here, and in your heart, in your soul. So I had that experience, and that changed me forever and put me on this course. So many years later. So I never forgot that sense, that feeling. So later on, after going all those counseling things, years being a counselor, one day, in one moment, I was visiting a friend of mine. I was a probation officer, and I was visiting a friend of mine. He was my boss. The universe happened to give me a boss who was an artist. So, and we became best friends. And I didn't even know he painted for us. I was working with him for a year, sharing an office with him for a year. But anyway, one day I said, Jack, I hear you paint. And he said, yeah. And I always, people said I could draw when I was little, but I never. It's a talent, latent talent, but I never really pursued it. Anyway, I went to see his paintings. I just went to see his paintings because he's a friend of mine. I thought, what kind of watercolors do you do? What are watercolors? And when I walked into his house, and he said, oh, here's my gallery. He said, you might call it a gallery. And I went in, and I was a same feeling, just as deep, just as true. Couldn't argue against it. I knew I was going to have to paint. People paint. I'm supposed to paint. Now, it took me 2 years. I didn't know what to do with that feeling because I didn't know how to paint. And I had a good job. I was a probation officer, everybody was saying. When I started hinting that I'm going to become an artist, well, tell me, that's a cute idea. You do it as a hobby, but don't leave your job with the county, not your people. Anyway, I did. I left everything. I left my job with the county. I even went through a divorce at that time. And I put myself 100% into painting, which is to say, I honored that voice, that calling, if you want to call it that message, that knowing, that truth, that everything was pointing me. And I was not equipped. I went through a starving artist period. I lost my car. I was divorced. I lived in a friend's closet, literally. And I write about that. All of this is in this book. But I couldn't give up. I mean, I knew, oh, so I stuck with it, obviously, for a few years, and even learned how to paint. I figured I must learn how to paint when I was an artist. So, yeah, and I took lessons from Jack. I was his only student. And, well, he passed away. Wow, I'm going to tear up, but. So he kind of taught me, but that was a matter of 2 lessons. 2 lessons. And they were just me watching me paint. So I learned how to paint. And then I admit I did learn how to paint. I was doing pretty well. And a traveling frame salesman saw my work in New York somewhere at a frame shop. I had a few paintings. And he invited me to a big show down in Delaware at a museum. It was an outdoor show, and there were like 30 artists, and I was honored, intimidated, and oh my God, I can't do a real art show, you know. But I had friends, I had people at the framer said, don't worry about the cost of framing, you know. Everybody gave me everything, and my car broke down. I had people supporting me, and so I went to this art show. And I took my little daughter, she was age 10, just me and her, and then a girlfriend of hers, these 2 little girls. They were to help me set up my displays, and I had maybe 18, 20 paintings. And it was an outdoor art show. It was a hot, very, very hot day, and we were set up along this river, and it was just. And nobody came. It turns out the show was supposed to be on a Saturday, and because they saw it was going to rain, they last minute made it Sunday. So here we are at this show, which they had advertised for Saturday, on a rain day. And honestly, for the first few hours of the show, there were 30 artists set up throughout this park. Nobody came. I mean, there were no visitors, no customers. Just artists. And I'm thinking, see, I had that same, I knew I was supposed to be at this show. I'm even psychic, I'm just telling you, it was clear that my next thing to do was to go to the show. So I'm there and I'm thinking, why? I mean, what, to experience loss and to know that and I was ready for that. That's the lesson. That's what I want. So anyway, what I'm getting to is, the whole day went by. I mean, like from 9 to 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. No, and then I saw 4 people. And this one couple walks by my display, and they act like they didn't see it. And then when they got a little further, the guy turned around and goes like this. I thought, is that it? Is that what I'm here for? And then, I guess maybe an hour or so before we had to start packing up. And I had no money. I didn't have money to buy my daughter and her friend dinner on the way home. I was hoping I would have, so I had some little paintings too. But that's the way it is. And then all of a sudden, this man, who I didn't even see coming up on me, appeared, and he said, I want to buy that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. He bought 13 paintings. I went in the shop, literally. No, I did. To the point where he said, are you awake? Are you paying attention? And then I went to work for him 15 years. 15 years he wanted me to paint 4 paintings a month for 15 years. All I did was paint. And he said, charge whatever you want. That's why I went there to that show. Yeah. Because the pony, the art, and like it even continues today. You know, I met my soulmate this way. We have a little farmette in the making. I mean, I'm telling you, this is you're hearing my story, but it's your story. This is the story. The story is, if you can put your focus in where it belongs, and honor that inward sensing and feeling and looking, just what you were talking about. And don't block it, don't let fear. Fortunately, again, I didn't know any better. I wasn't afraid, I wasn't even afraid with the art thing. I was frustrated, and I could talk about it in there. I was desperate. I didn't know how. But the universe, everything in the universe and everything else conspires to help you as soon as you accept your own dream. As soon as you say to yourself, I don't know how I'm gonna have a place, what it's gonna look like, but I know it will. And then don't worry, you'll get all the help, everything you need.
Everything you need.
Yeah.
And honestly, right now, everything I needed 2 years ago was Tom. Because like you said, you didn't have anything. Everything in this building that you're looking at in this room, pretty much everything in this room has been donated to us.
Yeah.
Everything. I mean, I bought that for $30. that picture, that's about it. That was gifted to us. Like, it really did show up. And at the beginning of this center, there were potholes beside of the Grand Canyon out there in the parking lot. And we were like, how are people going to get done massage, be all kind of in a weird space, and then trip and break their ankle in a hole, get into their car? And that's where, of course, my partner was very rational and logical. How are you going to afford to pay it's $20,000 or $30,000 or more? And I didn't know. I didn't know the logic. I just said it's gonna work out. And of course, I come up as the Spacey Stacy that's like, it's just gonna work out. It's fine. And then I tell you this about the gas station, the gas company. The gas company, Columbia Gas Company, came knocking on our door about a week later after this whole thing with the car, the cleaning of the road, or needing to pave the road, and they said, we're going to need you to sign this paperwork. And I said, why? I said, we need to dig up your road and put in new gas lines in the whole mobile home park and this road, but don't worry, as long as you sign this paperwork, we're going to repave it after we're done. And same thing with anything that I really wanted, but as long as you're letting it go, when there's this attachment to it,
let it happen. You can't make it happen.
You can't make it happen.
Let it, don't block it.
Yeah.
It takes a certain amount, a lot of faith and trust. And I had the experiences that enabled me to have that trust. You do need some results along the way. But I hope my story inspires a little bit. That's what the whole thing's in there.
It's about remembering, I think.
It is. Well, memo, I call it memo from your soul. And what do they call those acronyms? It's MEMO is a memory of experiences you're meant to orchestrate. That's been my life. I mean, it's a memory. Talk for hours about where that comes from, but I had coming, I had flying. So by the time I've been painting for 35 years. And now, but I want to get back into counseling. I do want to do a little counseling here.
Yeah. So just to kind of wrap everything up, tell us a little bit about the type of counseling you do. Because I think we're very much in the same way like how we operate. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm myself. I counsel the way I live. I listen, and I get a sense. I almost feel I can help anyone align themselves with their soul, I just sort of, because I go here in me, I get a sense of where the person's coming from. And I think I'm pretty good at helping people remove blocks. And so that, of course, without judgment or anything, just like, help you gain a little more. It's almost like a spiritual massage, like help you gain a little more clarity, a little more alignment. I don't impose anything, I don't label anything, I try to say things that provide insight and be very relaxed, normal. Sometimes I cry, sometimes I laugh. I'm just me, I don't change that. I think it's good. I think I have good energy for that. But like I said, mostly it fills me to do that. So when I'm counseling someone, I'm working on me. I'm helping myself grow. And it's all about growth. Everything's about growth. And everything grows, as long as it's not blocked. And the whole universe loves nothing more than you to give a plan, an idea, a notion that feels good to you. The measure of it, of how true it is how good it feels. And nothing felt better than being one of the time. Nothing felt better. Now some people say, oh no, that's too good to be true. You're being selfish, all you care about yourself and your desire. But it turns out I wanted that pony to help me help other people. It was not a selfish thing. And the most generous thing you can do in life is make yourself healthy and happy. Because you can't share what you don't have. And so if you're always miserable and depressed or doubtful or fearful, then that's what you share with others, because that's all you have. So I want to be healthy and inspiring, because in this lifetime I'd rather know that that's the kind of thing I share. But I have to have it, share.
Yeah, absolutely.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what I do in my work is very similar. I watch how people do attract what they're kind of sitting in. And so when you have this presence about you that is about really learning from yourself and learning and growing with other people, because of that, it's like you attract those people that also want to learn and grow about themselves. And so it's even more fulfilling to watch them grow because you want to grow. And then it's just this feeding, mutual, it's not a parasitic relationship anymore when you're really giving to yourself first. It's beautiful.
It's like a training almost, and it's symbiotic. And you go to each other's frequencies.
So we will finalize up here, but I will ask you one question for Emily's sake, as of course Tom made this big life change to all of a sudden be a painter, right?
Yeah.
What is on your shirt there? What flowers
I
are on
have
your
no
shirt?
idea.
Can you come look at this flower on the shirt?
I looked at this. I don't know if it's a palm tree or a flower. I have no idea. And I saw you looking at it. But I don't know. I don't know. I never really.
It looks like an hibiscus to me.
Oh,
There are very synchronistic events that happen in my life about going to Hawaii. So it's interesting, right? As you're talking about your soul, I don't know how to be a painter. I don't know how.
No, I think it was in Hawaii.
You think it was Hawaiian? So why did you wear that Hawaiian shirt today? We don't know. Right? But anyway, thank you guys so much for coming to our open house virtually and physically here. We're going to be moving into the sound portion of the day. We will stop recording because that won't sound very good on the recording. Sorry guys, you got to come out in person. But then we're going to do the door prize. If you guys want the memo and the sold book, they are here for sale. I would highly recommend them. They're really, really, really good. And we're going to give away one of these to a lucky winner today. And I don't even understand how you got Sonia Choquette to review your book. She's amazing.
Oh yeah, no,
oh my gosh.
Great people.
Sonia Choquette, and yeah, so some of these people I was like, how do you know, how do you get to meet these people? Because these are some people that I've listened to, they're amazing.
Russell and Roy is one of his Deepak's best friends.
Yeah.
But I don't know, that's a whole other story.
All right, see, that's following the breadcrumbs and then speak.
That was like, people would say, you're crazy, you only have 7 phone endorsement. They're real, they're busy, they're teachers, they're hot.
Now, did Wayne Dyer pass before you did your book?
But I interacted with him.
I know you did. I knew you did.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
All right.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll do the door prizes if anyone wants this book.
I'll probably win it.
Okay. You probably will. You have door prize ticket.
That would be funny.
Well, what's the name of your pony?
Lucky. Lucky.
Oh my gosh, of course his name's Lucky.
Oh, I know.
It's not for you.